Let's see green. Oh, oh, oh. Is it? Is it kicking? It's kicking? It's kicking with a tasty beat. Finally shuck it loose. Shuck it loose. That sounds. Oh, I shook it loose. Dodgeball! Why? What? Am I missing a reference or? Dogs are at. Where my dogs at? Oh, I'm not talking to chat. I'm looking for my actual dogs, my canines. What am I hearing? What the? Wait. But, oh yeah, okay, yeah. That came and went. I forgot I even said it. Thank you. I probably would have been killing me later. I don't bleed my own blood. Like, was it like Will Arnett? It sounds like I don't even know if he was in it, but it sounds like his line. I'm sure it's Ben Stiller. Yeah. I don't think I have audio piped through from my desktop here. Or wait, am I really dumb? Because I was thinking this would be playing through, but I don't think I. Wait, I added. What is going on over here? Nope. Yep. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. There it is. That's the audio. So people were just listening to nothing but my voice. That is uncomfortable. I do not like being. I do not like being the center of silence.
Going to upgrade. Ooh, got him.
I'll be completely honest. This thing was hyped up maybe like a year ago by like Primogen and a bunch of other people.
Let's go. Let's go. Got the mention. Let's go. Oh my gosh, what a nice guy.
It's kind of cooled off since then, but I am honestly thinking about using HTMX and Go.
Let's go. You should.
For a lot of my content in the future. So
I've not touched Go yet. I'm not a programmer, but I do dabble. He's always. I think he's always talking about Go and Rust.
But again, this is more of like a mindset change that's happened to me. I've been coding for 10 plus years, and I'm just getting to the point where it's like I just want to be able to ship code and not worry about Next.js
Why not put it?
caching rules, or worry about using unstable no store, unstable cache, or another version update with Next.js that's going to break something or change the way we have to do stuff.
I did want to work on Right On Aliens.
You could just put two tags on an HTML element, and when you click it,
Let's see, I think I've got my server back up.
and then when it's done, my Go API sends over HTML, which I can swap out in the front end and achieve 90% of the same functionality.
I could probably close all that.
Most of the stuff that I've used AngularJS and Angular and
I'll work on it later.
for.
Too many windows open. I used to never shut my computer off. I could just leave it suspend if anything, and recently I've been making a point to at night, not only for light and sound and everything, but I shut it down now. Just so when I wake up, I don't go like, oh, what was I doing? And spend hours like doing something pointless just because I all of a sudden got distracted. There's no point to this story. Just a new hobby I've made.
So HTMX, you're right. A copy of intercooler.js. The joke is that Carson makes fun of his past self, who wrote intercooler.js, and says he stole it from Carson. It's the same author. That's the joke. You know, the problem with inside JS is that some people don't realize that you're being bamboozled.
Can I check you?
Actually, that's all it is. It's the biggest. He's the biggest troll on Twitter. You know, he stole it from himself.
What's going on here?
The point of the humor is he stole it from himself and removed a jQuery. That's like what HTMX is. HTMX1 is intercooler without jQuery.
What are you doing?
HTMX2 is HTMX1.
I know you've been powered off for months, but
Yes, it is literally
sh-
astronomical.
it, this is concerning.
Like,
Come on.
that's the part that just makes it so good is that the guy's a memer. And by the way, he's in that video I recommended earlier. I know I forget if I recommended it in this video or in a previous one, but there's this talk by HTMX man who's really, really, really good. And this one right here, by the way, I get to introduce him. But nonetheless, he talks about jokes, and jokes are the one thing you don't joke about. And he's so good about that. Like, you have
What was I?
about the jokes you're making, and he's just really into that, and he is just such a good memer, and he is just so good. I thought he was a degenerate.
They're on.
Professor and has a PhD.
Said.
Dude, he's like not a dummy. He's a professor up at Montana State University, my alma mater, my old stomping grounds, and he's actually really, really smart. Dude.
Is you on?
I know. And the funniest part is what he teaches up at Montana State is like systems programming, databases, and compilers.
Wait, where? I don't want to execute everything.
Right? Like, it's just like you would not
Show me what you're working with.
and then assume what comes out as HTMX. That's what makes it so good. He's not even a classic backend dev. He's like a Linux nerd. And he's just he made HTMX because he's bored, because he wanted something else. He's trying to save all the young people.
That's not going to work. It's behind a
He wants to make something that's different, right? He wants to make something
port aggregation. A port aggregation. I've got lag set. I do not believe it will recognize the POE.
My professor wrote Rugbrain developer.
I may have to physically get up. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Rugbrain.dev. Is it rugbrain.dev? Yeah.
Actually, okay.
It's just so good. And he's so right about this. The eternal enemy, complexity. Apex
Hey!
complexity.
They're alive.
Complexity, very bad. Now you say it. Complexity, very, very bad. Given choice between complexity or one-on-one against T-Rex, Grug take T-Rex. At least Grug see T-Rex. Like, so good. He is Grug. And it makes perfect sense. Like, this take is perfect. Look, complexity is spirit demon that enters code base through well-meaning but ultimately very clubbable.
I have to cut that leaf. Pain in the ass.
Or even know about sometime. I love that. I just absolutely love that take. Very clubbable. You get the idea. It's so good because it's so
Alright, I need to go see if this machine is on. Oh yeah, I have Bluetooth.
Process some data, send some data back. Like, that is literally what I've been doing for 10 plus years, and your mileage may vary. Like, if you're on a project that's building like Eraser.io or you're building Excalibur, then yeah, you're going to have to get more into the JavaScript side of things. But for most of what I built in this industry, and what a lot of people build as well, is literally, here's a form, submit it, process it, send something back. And again,
so true. So dang true. Like, that's most of what the web is. It's just a very fancy looking form.
Where did my candles go?
It's just a fancy looking form.
I have so much loose shit all over the place. Where did the cable go? I just need to find a stopper with the cable. I just wanted to sit and just hear for the longest time. I don't think this will work.
Because the more you keep tacking onto this, it's just like a gear cog that you keep adding gears. And the moment one of those gears breaks or becomes deprecated, you end up spending more time trying to update that stuff or swap it out instead of actually shipping functionality.
Incidental complexity is like one of my least favorite aspects of engineering. I spend so much time trying to solve myself being able to solve the problem as opposed to me solving the problem. Like, I end up, like, you end up just wrangling ad infinitum so much, like, just setup, and it just is emotional. It hurts, right? Joe Spolsky, architect astronauts. Yeah, I've heard about this Joel Spolsky fella. He's pretty dang smart. I really like that. The XY problem moment. Well, it's not XY problem, right? For those that don't know the XY problem, it's that you have problem X and you're trying to solve problem X by doing Y, and then Y doesn't work, so you ask how to solve confuses everybody. So you're solving X incorrectly with Y, but you're asking about Y as opposed to X. This is different. This is more like you need to solve problem X, but you have to first learn about how Y works. And so you end up focusing on trying to understand
Got to
even exists.
sure
Once you finally get
had a second power supply that wasn't plugged in. That's not gonna. I wasn't gonna start well. I don't know where it would have ended.
Is it actually that simple? No, it's not. That was so dangerous, by the way. XY problem. I probably should have just Googled it. Right. There you go. The XY problem is a communication problem encountered in help
Let's
desk
see.
customer support situation where the
Temperature.
question is about an end user's attempted solution X rather than the root problem itself Y or Y. Oh, whoopsies! I had it backwards. Right? But this makes perfect sense. Like when you think about it, how often
I haven't tried to start you in months, but I think you have all of my images.
about that problem, and you go, oh shoot, and then someone comes in, they know what's happening. They go, oh shoot, actually, if you just do this, it's way easier. And you don't even have to do X altogether. Like X doesn't even actually have to exist because
Hello, people.
You want to do. It's called the XY problem. So you should study this, and you should immediately cure yourself of the XY problem.
Oh.
Because it's very like you.
I volunteer.
You probably don't even realize that you do this. I did this. I certainly did this until I formalized why this was happening. And then once you realize what's going on, you're like, oh man, this makes so much more sense. And then it's so much better if you write your question out thinking of this problem.
Try to get your base elevated. Always give them something to kill before they can get to important stuff.
Like AI completely written with Next.js, so yeah, I'm not going to just abandon it. But I just want to kind of put that idea into your head, especially.
I don't know how to respond to that.
But have that mindset. Can you achieve the same functionality with using less dependencies, using less memory, using less complexity?
Taking that long. It may not get the same IP now that I think about it, because I had it on lag and it no longer is.
Absolutely loved it. So Joel Spolsky, I think I'm saying his thing correct. It's Joel on software. Joel on software.
I don't.
Look at that. Did you see that when I was doing that?
With a grain of salt, I don't think so. I've had things get down. Like last night, I repaired a structure that got down to 69 out of 1,000. You know, it was barely a sliver of wood left, and I just used the repair tool. So, but I always like those columns. They seem pretty sturdy, and you'll get something breaking through a wall, and once they do that, they can start damaging the stuff inside, and there's now like dirt mounds you can build, and like ramp dirt stuff, and I haven't messed with that, but that might be a whole other like elevation thing.
Problems are always going to be somewhat unique, and using a generalized hammer for your problems may work for the first little bit, but you will, like anybody who's been in this industry long enough knows that as time goes on, it gets harder, and then you all of a sudden you find yourself like adding these weird abstractions on top of the library that you're using to like try to make it work, and then you end up harder.
I'll probably jump on here in a minute, and I'll be able to visualize it better. I think there's a bot issue. All right. Did you wake up but assume a new identity? Oh, it might be out of frickin'. It might have a prompt I have to bypass. And I had to unplug this monitor in there in order to plug in the second power supply, so I can't just go in there and check. Pickles. Pickles, I say. And I may want to reconsider the plan that I had. That's wild. gotta look that up. What is this? That's on. What do you have to say? That's not what I'm asking. It's so odd. Are there any platform? Sport able to. No. I literally just launched for the. What am I learning? Interesting. So confusing. Like, it's so obvious. I figured out how to set everything up. First question. Let me just back up a little bit. I feel you. Well, I don't need any of that. Well, what is some good? Who gives a ambient? Blah blah blah. Let's just go into the old anything folder. Wait, this is not what I was looking for. Over here. Over here. Right there. Oh, sure. Where are you gonna pop up? This shouldn't be this difficult, isn't it? Usually L. You're with the other view there. Yep, okay. Easiest way. See what has recently popped up. That's my kitchen PC. Oh. Project is not available. Open source alternative software. For what? For Turing Smart Screen. Okay, so this is something I was not familiar with. Caddy. I'm not sure what they're referring to in the first place. Interesting. Is something you build yourself? Interesting. Anything could actually change, or are you just going to break my stuff for no reason? I was afraid to update that. I don't think I'll be able to rebuild it. Oh yeah, I had an idea. How is the easiest way to implement this? Where's this IV cam at? Similar question. If I open up a similar service, is it going to take over or work along with? Oh, still there. Let's see if my image just disappears. I'll know pretty quickly. So, I think, let me rename this one. That is now NDI webcam. So as we make the new one, the video capture, this will be a split cam feed. Can you guys play friendly? So now I could like wander. I could do oh, I got an idea. Well, yeah, it'll do it on here. It's kind of funny. Sit on the back porch with my dogs. Don't think there's a limit to how many I could set up. That note, yeah. Now I'm getting confused. Where's my cursor actually at? Let me see. When did I let the dogs out? Where are my canines at? Where are my puppies at? Yo. Oh, excuse me. The latest one. That's not what I was expecting. Is it just Leo? Oh, excuse me. This channel has no videos.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. First, our new addict. We've got a great
So loud. Just need to turn volume down overall.
We'll talk about Cryptomania, the DOJ antitrust suit against Google. It looks like the DOJ's won, but what will the penalty be? And AI regulation and COSA,
No detections.
Kids Online Safety Act. Why some
Oh, that was me when I was cold earlier.
all that coming up and a whole lot more. Live from the Attic Studio, it's time for Twit.
Why did I try to go about this a different way than I always do?
Podcasts you love from
People you trust.
This is Twit. This is Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 992, recorded Sunday, August 11th,
Oh.
2024.
Wait.
Why
Okay.
not put it?
Just hidden behind another window.
It's time
Here's
for
my cursor.
This Week in Tech.
There goes my cursor.
Tech news, and it's a little different looking today because we, as you know, from last week, we shut down the Twit East Side Studios, and I'm in my attic right now.
Oh.
Weirdly, I just happen to have an attic that's perfectly decorated for this. It's lit, everything. It's just, it's an amazing thing. Hey, great show planned for you today. We welcome back Shoshana Weissman from rstreet.org. Always a pleasure to see her. She lives in a pineapple under D.C. Don't look now. There's a giant hot dog sneaking up behind you.
There is.
Yeah, unless that's part of your work to regulate processed meats in the marketplace.
It's that. It's
Yeah.
mainly that. Not entirely.
The hot dogs don't like you.
A wild
Hi, Shoshana.
left appears.
Also here, Abrar Al-Hidi from CNET, formerly CNET.
When did I go in there?
DNet? I don't know what they're going to do with the name.
All the letters.
908.
Great to see you.
C.
Have you been with CNET?
C.
When CNET owned ZDNet?
No, I joined CNET in 2017, but I keep hearing the lore, and it's fascinating to hear it continue on to the next chapter.
I'm part of that lore because I was the 4th employee at CNET.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and when I came to, they kind of Halsey Minor kind of.
I had planned to
His office was in
eat some
a
breakfast.
abandoned railroad car. Well, it was nicer than that. It was decorated. It was
But I have not gotten to it.
in San
I think my
Francisco.
milk's gone warm.
Completely ghosted me.
Okay.
And then
Close.
to his office and said, "Look, Ziff Davis is looking for
What should I
people."
close? I don't know.
Hint, hint. Ziff Davis is looking. He gave me the job listing. He never said you're fired. He just said Ziff Davis is looking for. So I guess I.
Wait, what is this?
I work for Ziff Davis, and so I've worked for both.
I love that. Wow, that's a really fun origin story. We got to talk more about that. I love
Yeah. Well, the sad thing is Halsey was looking for investors at the time, and he said, "If you had $10,000, I can give you a pretty big
What-
chunk of
what?
the company." And I said, "I don't have $10,000." And now I don't have a big chunk of the company. So it goes around. Hey, somebody else we want to welcome, first time on the show. He's an author, brand new book just came out. Time Magazine's Culture.
Like, what do they think is going on? This is so aggravating.
Great to meet you.
Timing is perfect on this book. Cryptomania, hype, hope, in the fall of FTX's billion-dollar fintech empire. And by the way, it's a really good read. It's on my bedside table because it's a great story, and you are very good at making it real. It's not a dry story. You've got the scenarios in there in the True Time magazine fashion. It's really, really great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it just came out on Tuesday. It's filled with real characters, real people, and the hype and the hope from the title is back in crypto now.
Oh no!
For better
Is
or
it?
for worse.
Oh no!
Yes, it is. So I'm sure we'll save that for later in the show.
There's this a little scenario in here. I'll just give you an example from the book. At the peak of NFTs, remember the Bored Apes Yacht Club? On November 10th, 2021, Beeple, who was one of the guys behind the Bored Apes Yacht Club, appeared on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Fallon announced he had bought his first NFT, a Bored Ape, and in January, he dedicated several minutes of an interview with Paris Hilton to the Bored Ape Yacht Club. They each held up printouts printouts of their apes aloft to a confused and nervously giggling crowd. Many Tonight Show viewers sensed something was amiss. They knew better than Jimmy and Paris and the whole gang and Beeple. Although Beeple came away with some money.
Beeple was actually not behind the Bored Apes. He was another artist, but he was
a big guy, right? He released, I think, the most expensive NFT, which was all of his works in one.
He sold
Skateboard.
a group of NFTs
Katikadiuk.
for $69 million. That's, yes, million.
We don't really hear much about
Catalyst that made all of us go,
where any of these people, what has happened to all these billions of dollars from NFTs.
A few months later, yeah, there was that. I don't know if you guys remember this Jimmy Fallon interview, which was one of the most excruciating 30 seconds of television history, of just Jimmy and Paris holding up their apes, saying, "Isn't this cool?" And the audience is like, "Is it? I guess it's cool."
Is it? Sailor cap wearing ape reminded him of himself, he said, because, quote, "I love yacht rock and being breezy."
Is something what an adult
I
man
don't.
would say.
I don't
That's
understand or
crypto thing is an
condone.
embarrassment. And yet, as you say, it's back. In fact, Donald Trump addressed the big Bitcoin conference a couple of weeks ago and said
That's because
the
it's
United
fucking-
States was going to buy, they were going to have the Fort Knox of Bitcoin.
For years, Donald Trump was posting on social media about how much he hated Bitcoin and was skeptical about it.
It's not real money, he said.
Exactly. How it seemed like a scam, how it was going to threaten the U.S. dollar, and he was just not a fan. When he was the president, he did nothing to help it. And suddenly, about maybe 2-3 months ago, he actually decided that he's a huge proponent of Bitcoin.
Wait, these guys have money? Oh, I like them.
Yes. So I would say, that there are plenty of reasons that he has offered. Not enough reasons, I would say. Most of it is scripted. But yes, crypto magnates have an enormous amount of money still, especially as the market has
I think that's
surged
really
this
the
year.
bottom line, isn't it? Right. Because money in America, money buys elections, unfortunately. Sad to say.
The Winklevoss twins, who are deep into crypto now, each pledged $1 million to the Trump campaign. And, Trump has shown a penchant of going wherever the money is. He also, at that Bitcoin conference in Nashville, he was selling sort of like meet and greet tickets for about $800,000 a head. So he understands that this is a very muddied space, and that maybe he can, get ahead a little bit. So right now he's reading speeches that talk a big game about how he's going to put Bitcoin in the National Reserve. He's never going to sell. The whole Bitcoin mining industry is going to be in the U.S.
Oh, yeah, that was another thing he said, and I actually wanted to ask you. He said, every Bitcoiner knows never sell your Bitcoin. Is that true?
There's a phrase called HODL, H-O-D-L, which is a misspelling of hold, and it's a refrain on crypto Twitter, which basically demands...
How can you be in the tech industry and not have at least this basic knowledge?
You're going to buy, and you're going to hold on for dear life.
Just remember what happened to Hodor in the Game of Thrones. That's all I'm going to say. It's not a good fly.
I love Leo, but the old man routine gets old.
Oh, people are going to yell at me for saying that.
Yep.
Oh yeah. If you've ever met a crypto brigade, they're passionate.
Mad. Yeah.
And they're mad, and
all right.
They hate anybody who speaks any sort of skepticism. So look forward to that in the coming days. They're probably in the chat right now, actually.
But Bitcoin did hit a record high recently, and it's well.
A couple months ago.
50,000, right? At this point.
Yes, my book traces
no.
the pandemic, where
Not
we
anymore.
jumped from maybe $10,000 all the way to $69,000, and then after the FTX crash,
It went to 15.
Fell back down to 17 or 18. So
I saw it at
Sam
15.
Bankman-Fried, who's one of the, I guess he's the villain of my book, precipitated a lot of.
It's one of many. Don't forget Celsius. That didn't get near as much publicity.
Mechanics that contributed to the crash. But yeah, so it was down to 18.
It wasn't mechanics, it was fraud.
Back, climbed up to 70. Then there was a giant flash.
We just got to 72.
Last week.
Yep.
That was just.
I'm like 52.
Down to 50. From 70 to 50.
in
Yep.
the blink of an eye. So that just shows how volatile this stuff is.
53.
It can go up really fast, and it could go down really, really fast. Despite a lot of the market participants talking about, oh, it's not volatile anymore. You know, it's grown up. We're
I had
integrating
completely
into
forgot about
all
it,
of the
and then
traditional
check
systems,
stuff
which should be
when it
more
hit
for all sorts of
72.
reasons.
It was right here.
Yeah, we're
73,
going to be on the roller
135.
coaster for a while, as much
And I
as
went,
some people
oh,
would like it to
it's
just
gone back up.
crawl into a hole. The
And then
Icarus
checked it
belief
like once a
system
week. Go,
sort
oh,
of transcends facts
Joe,
a lot of the
God
time, and
damn it.
it's like religion for so many people.
Yeah.
So we're still gonna unfortunately have to be having these conversations for a while, especially
It's
if people like
going.
Trump remain in the public arena.
Digital currency is already a norm. It will be the norm, whether it's BTC or Amero or something. It's not so dumb for tech people to act ignorant of it, whether you like it or not.
It's really a good read. Anyway, I want to thank you for being on. I didn't realize the book just came out. That's great. I've actually had a gag, I guess, for a while.
Good.
And really enjoyed it. So well done.
Good.
Well done. Biggest story of the week, though, and usually I save the sad stories for the end of the show, but I think this is such a big story. It's going to be our lead, which is the passing of Susan Wojcicki, who many years ago rented her garage to a couple of young guys from Stanford named Sergey Brin and Larry
Google.
Page, and became one of the earliest employees of
56.
Google.
Damn.
You may remember she ran YouTube until a couple of years ago, when she retired for health reasons. Well, now we know why. She had lung cancer, and she passed this week. But everybody who knew her sings her praises. Really a tragic story. She was only 56, but a very important Googler.
Yeah, that was quite jolting. I had the pleasure of meeting her very briefly once a couple of years ago at an event, her and her sister Anne, and just a very brief exchange, but they were both so sweet.
Thought we were past that.
You know, this was a complete shock, and
Yeah.
it's even when you have just a very brief interaction with somebody and to know that they're gone, it's still very jolting.
She actually, Anne,
Polish
physicist.
physicist.
Really an interesting family, and I think it was their mom's garage, right? That they rented to Google, or maybe not. She was working at Intel, according to the Washington Post. Rented the garage of her Menlo Park home to Larry and Sergey for $1,700
Danzig.
a month.
That's not really.
It's a lot for a garage, but maybe not in Menlo Park. I don't know. That's where PageRank was invented, and Google was launched. She was employee number 16, their first marketing manager. She launched AdSense, which you could say, really powers Google to this day. Google Analytics.
Don't.
Google Images.
All right, those are a little better.
Doodle was her idea on the site.
Oh.
She, in 2006, said, we should buy this thing called YouTube, which was kind of crazy in 2006. I don't know if you remember.
I hated
but
YouTube back then.
Was being sued like crazy, especially by NBC, because people kept posting clips from Saturday Night Live. And I remember interviewing...
And comment section was 4chan.
Of
It was
Google,
fucking horrible.
at the time, saying, how are you going to survive when all the content on your site is basically piracy? Well, maybe they had some inside insight because obviously Google buying them in 2006 kind of transformed the
Sarah
site,
Papa.
and she became its CEO in 2014. She also helped shepherd the acquisition of DoubleClick. So really, in a way, the modern Google was a creation of Susan Wojcicki. I see you nodding, Shoshana. You think it really didn't look like YouTube could possibly survive in 2006.
No, it's so interesting to think about that, hindsight is, of course these
Right.
platforms were going to do
Yeah.
that.
Oh!
Of course they knew. It's so interesting, too, because a lot of platform problems, when they get acquired, happen because of, copyright and intellectual property issues, and they were happy to kind of be handed off to someone bigger. I love hearing the retelling of, how all this stuff happened, and I'm a dork for thinking through that stuff, so I'm loving what you're talking about.
We interviewed one of the founders of
Fucking totally
Google,
forgot
Steve
about that.
Chen, on our show Inside the Net. Amber MacArthur and I did back in fact, I remember Amber was the first to show me YouTube in 2004. I was doing a show in Canada, and she was my co-host, and they were still airing that episode until very recently. So people must have thought I was a complete idiot because she said, "Hey, Leo, there's this site called YouTube. It's cool. You can put your videos on it." And I went, "Oh, that's interesting. I never heard of that." And people seeing that last year must have thought, "Really? You're a tech guy? You never heard of?" But this was back in 2004. We later interviewed Steve Chen, and at the time, I remember NBC was mad, was hopping mad, because they kept posting clips from Saturday Night Live.
They're so
Having
small.
people behind you helps.
It's so
in those
crazy.
cases. And I think NBC saw the light. In fact, it brought Saturday Night Live back from
Yeah,
the dead.
my streamer set up right there.
So
Yeah, I mean, one of the first clips to really explode on YouTube was Lazy Sunday, Andy Samberg's rap, which, as you just said, it was huge for Samberg's career and just
That actually,
making SNL cool again.
that
and
was when
showing how
digital
could
clips,
spread so much faster
yeah.
over the internet. I don't know if you guys are like, I'm sort of the perfect age of remembering how like memes really dominated that early era of YouTube before we even knew what a meme was. I'm thinking of like the lightsaber kid, the Numa
Yeah.
guy, Chocolate Rain. These were all these
The fucking dancing baby.
Yes.
yeah,
I was like the
These were
first
memes that
shared internet clip.
sort of set the template for how culture is
Hamster
slowly
dance.
spread.
sadness. How old are you, Andrew?
32.
So you grew up watching YouTube. My kid's 30. I remember coming home and he and his high school buddies were they weren't watching TV, they were watching YouTube. You grew up watching YouTube.
I remember like when it came out and how novel and exciting it was. It was so glitchy and the videos were so low quality, but it was able to show us content that was like very juvenile but seemed to relate to teenagers in a way that like being on TV wasn't speaking to us. Also, I just wanted to, so my Time Magazine colleague, Belinda Luscombe, wrote a profile of Wojcicki. Sorry, how do you pronounce her name? Wojcicki.
There's an extra C. No one knows why. Yeah.
In 2015, that's a really good read, but this is sort of a story from her early life. She grew up on the Stanford University campus next to the Danzigs. George Danzig created the simplex method, an algorithm for linear programming considered one of the top 10 algorithms of the last century. The scene in Good Will Hunting, in which Matt Damon's character solves a math equation on the board, is based on an incident in his life.
No
So
kidding.
this guy Danzig, who is her neighbor, grew lemons, and at a young age, the sisters used to pick the fruit and sell it door to door for 5 cents each. People used to call us the Lemon Sisters. They thought it was a great deal, she said.
Wow.
The parallels with her current job are hard to miss. She brings something made by someone else to other people's homes for an unbeatable price. And there are two ways to regard what she delivers. It's either the product of a genius or a lemon. In any case, it's a great deal.
Oh, that's beautiful. Good. I'll look for that Time profile from a couple of years back. Time did name her one of the most influential people in the world, 100 most influential people in the world in 2015. And she actually, I think, spearheaded the move from being kind of a source of juvenile groin kick videos to educational videos. She was one of the people who said, this could be an education platform. Salman Khan had probably done a Khan Academy around that time. She said, we should be hosting those kinds of videos. And really, if YouTube has any value these days to the general populace, it is that, isn't it? That you can go there and you can find out how to do almost anything on YouTube and learn almost anything on YouTube, even the simplex method, I suppose, if you had a mind for it. I do not.
Yeah, I think that's what's so cool about it. It's so versatile, right? It's like, okay, my washing machine stopped working the other day. I went to YouTube and looked for videos. And then on the other hand, when you want to just unwind, you put on some, your favorite comedian and you just,
it probably should scare the pants off network television and broadcasters and even streamers like Netflix. I talk to people all the time. That's their one and only source of entertainment is YouTube. Everything's there.
it's like this weird fine line where those broadcasters and those streamers do and should post clips, but not too many clips because they still want you to subscribe and pay. But they want to tease it enough that you're like, oh, this is good. I need more. But yeah, it's a really fine line to walk.
Yeah, I'm glad that Andrew, you mentioned the lonely what is it, Lonely Island, Lonely video, because the video that I remember first from YouTube was Dick in a Box, but you didn't say that, and I'm proud of you for not mentioning that. Thank you. I was really thought you might go there. And if you haven't seen that, I don't, although it's pretty darn hysterical. Google is in the news big time this week because they lost their antitrust suit to the DOJ. The Department of Justice has been suing Google as a monopoly. The judge, Amit Mehta in Washington, D.C., said that, in fact, Google illegally monopolized the search market. He particularly pointed out their exclusive deals. This was on Monday, saying that their $26 billion in payments every year to Apple, to Samsung, and to Mozilla, the makers of Firefox, essentially were anti-competitive. Google's distribution agreements, he wrote, foreclose a substantial portion of the general search services market and impair rivals' opportunities to compete. I mean, that is, if there's a, Shoshana, that's the definition of antitrust, right? You use your market monopoly to keep people from competing.
So I haven't had a chance to dig into the full thing yet. I've been very, very exhausted with COSA and age verification. And
we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh, yeah.
But that's why I haven't had a chance to dig into this yet. My colleague has, and my colleague Josh Withrow wrote about it. But basically, we disagree with the court on a lot of stuff. And one thing that I don't think the court really got to, from what I saw preliminarily, is just that people search in very different ways. Like, if I'm looking for, I know this is very nerdy, but if I'm looking for trailhead pictures or pictures of a hike, I'm better off on Instagram or All Trails searching there. If I search on Google, I might get something, but the images aren't very good that way for me. I sometimes start searching on Amazon or Shopify for products rather than Google, because Google Shop doesn't usually do as much for me as that. There's a lot of complexity here, and I think a lot of times judges and lawmakers define markets far too narrowly rather than realizing the broad ways in which competition happens. Also, I mean, some people prefer Safari, but you can always still use Safari. No one's stopping you from doing that. And when I have Safari up, I just close it out for Google. It's a choice that a lot of consumers make. So I don't really buy where the court's coming from. I think it's just like Google is a victim of its success in regard to search here more than anything.
Yeah, a number of people, we were talking about this, I think, on Mac Break Weekly. A lot of people, I think it was Alex Lindsay, said the problem is the courts are always behind the game, right? So the DOJ went after Microsoft just before their monopoly in browsers was dying anyway, and would have died probably anyway. I'm not sure I agree with that. But that's the point you're making, is that people are using, you know, I keep hearing millennials are using TikTok to search, or Zoomers are using TikTok to search.
Yeah.
I find hard to believe.
It's true, though.
You're nodding,
so
Abrar. You use TikTok to find stuff?
It's me. Yeah, it's...
Wait a minute. Okay, let's be honest. When your washing machine went on the fritz, did you go to TikTok?
I did actually. Can you believe it? Because I was going to say it, but then I thought about it. I did a Google search first, okay? And then I saw...
And it was useless because all it did is offer you new washing machines.
So then I went to TikTok, and then I actually got what I needed. And I did... I pulled up the suit here because it says, you know, among Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but I'm 30, and I feel like I'm kind of Zillennial, but not actually, but I feel like it because I'm on TikTok all the time. But apparently 63% of people say they use TikTok as a search engine who are Gen Z.
That just boggles my mind. Although I've had this debate with my daughter, who's also 32, and she said, Dad, you're just so old-fashioned. Nobody uses Google anymore. TikTok is the home of dancing and singing videos. How does that help you in search? I don't understand. I know, I'm a boomer. I know.
No. This is a very valid
I never eat
question.
breakfast.
Something that people are wondering, and there is okay, yes, there is singing and dancing, but there is a very real person, real world aspect where when I'm searching for a product or I want opinions on a product, I will go to TikTok
See
to
this.
see how real people feel about it because they will be honest. They'll say like, okay, this
Server load over
well,
here.
for me, I mean, I would not advise this, but like even like for like medications, I'm like, how did people react to this?
Oh,
Which is
no,
awful.
please
Please don't do that. But like, talk to your doctor.
Well, when you eat your Tide Pods, you really should wash it down with a lot of water.
Of course.
That's exactly what I'm searching.
What else would you do?
But yeah, for those kinds of things where you want like a real person who may have experienced the thing that you're experiencing, we will upload everything to TikTok. So it's highly likely that you'll find something, but please fact check.
Wow.
But still.
Of course.
I feel so old.
What else would you?
I'm sure that's what people said about YouTube too. What, you mean the groin kick video site? That's where you go to learn how to do simplex coding?
I shouldn't have this up. Looks like I'm promoting it.
But TikTok does focus on shorter videos.
Yes, although they've been pushing longer videos. So
Okay.
there you could even upload up to 30-minute videos, which I hope to God I never stumble upon a 30-minute TikTok video,
Yeah, who
but
would watch
apparently that's
that?
an option.
No, you just swipe.
I'd watch it from that one
30 seconds and you
kid.
swipe no matter what you're looking at.
I forget his name.
But they're experimenting with that.
He
I
makes
guess, in the
he
same-
makes like longer form content in this. What is? Why'd you stop?
But TikTok does focus on
Longer
shorter
form
videos.
content that's like vertical.
Yes, although they've been pushing longer videos. So
Okay.
there you could even upload
Oh,
up to
well, maybe
30-minute
that's-
videos, which I hope to God I never stumble upon a 30-minute TikTok video.
I guess I
but
just went back in
apparently
time.
that's an option.
No, you just swipe. I mean,
You
30
just
seconds
swipe.
in, you swipe no matter what you're looking at.
Right?
I think.
But they're experimenting with that, I guess, in
hell?
the same way that any video platform is. You start with
So-
the 15 seconds and you go up.
Do you agree with R Street, Shoshana's lobbying firm, that Google isn't a I mean, you're not saying they're not a monopoly, Shoshana, or he's not saying, your colleague.
I
Well,
don't
yeah,
immediately see any clips
they
that I
have
saw
the
about.
majority of the
They're
stuff.
totally, like 80 or 90% of search, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is done through Google.
But
That's a
big isn't-
monopoly.
That's not everything that's required to be a monopoly, though. Like, they have to be
Okay.
actively stopping competition, unfair practices. And I know
Well, it
that
seems to me
Come on.
paying Apple $20 billion a year so that Google's the default search on Safari, that seems pretty anti-competitive, is it not?
what I don't get, though, and I mean this genuinely, is I don't understand why they would pay that, because everyone who gets an iPhone switches over immediately anyway. Like, that
Well,
was
they
already
can.
happening.
I don't know if they do. It's the tyranny of the default. I think you can, but people just do whatever is the default usually, right?
I
What
don't
is the
know.
question?
Any device I've had, I
And why
always
is it
switch over to
stuck?
Google for stuff. Safari annoys me with some of their settings, and then
It's time for Twit This Week in
Why are you broke?
Tech. First,
Shows that the
that capability.
but what happens when you're like 21 and trying
Yeah,
to
if
get
you're
on
close,
social media?
yeah.
I mean, all the stuff that platforms problems in it.
and then also
Oh yeah, where I was.
Maybe they did. Maybe is that what you had in the Philippines? Was it internet.org? Is it just block net neutrality? Quotes.
young
I was in the other
athletes
room.
Doing
I don't recognize any
for
of this.
$20 million, saying Elon never gave me my money.
irony because Firefox and Mozilla, they're all about
Is Abrar, you agree?
I don't know. I feel like that brings up a really interesting point. I feel like I mean, when my immediate reaction was, okay, shocker, Google is deemed a monopoly. Absolutely.
and
Or is
Oh,
Fire-
the reality is that 80% of Mozilla's operating do daily recaps anymore, I suppose.
This quote from JMac, Joanna Machajewski, her book Snake Bitten, apparently on pre-order. She said, "I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing, not for AI to do my art and writing so that I can do my laundry and dishes."
That's so real. Oh
It's one of my favorite quotes about
my
AI.
God, on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think, just to add to what Andrew was saying, yes, I think the reason that ad faced so much backlash.
Oh, that's
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. First,
And it's not just when they know who's a kid. It also says if they had knowledge where they should have known that it was a kid. So it's like, of course they're going to age verify here. This is ridiculous.
They
There's
have
no
to.
other way. Yeah.
They have to. So tell us what COSA does. By the way, they also amended COPPA to
Right.
change the age from under 13 to under 18, or under 17, I guess. So that is problematic in and of itself, because I think a 16-year-old is different than a 12-year-old when it comes to parental consent and so forth. But let's focus on COSA. What is
Sure.
COSA, and why is it problematic?
So, COSA started as an age verification bill, basically saying that platforms couldn't allow on certain minors and they had to get parental consent for other minors. There's a lot more in there, but that was a really core piece of it. The current version, in its current form, because it has gone through a lot of versions, basically says that if they know that there is a minor on the platform, then they have actual knowledge or implied knowledge, basically where they should have known, because maybe someone's looking a lot at SpongeBob or something like that, or maybe there's other
Why does
indicators
anything
that they should know that it was
exist?
a minor. They have to make sure that those minors have basically parental type controls for themselves, which I don't think is a bad idea to provide kids with that. And parents also get to edit those controls. They don't have direct oversight of what the kid's posting or their messages, but they do get to say, okay, my kid shouldn't spend more than this amount of time online, stuff like that, which in itself isn't a terrible idea, except for when you when you mandate it by
Chester
government,
Bennington.
it creates a
That's
need
the
for
problem.
identity. Yeah.
Apple gives you that capability. You
Right.
can set that up. It's completely legal to set that up for your kid as a parent. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be government doing that.
Exactly, because when government steps in and creates this, then if you don't provide those parental controls to parents or children, then you're violating the law. And the only way to make sure that the parent is the parent and the child is the child is identity verification. It's beyond age verification, because you have to make sure this is the parent, this is the child, here's proof that they're related this way. They've never really explained what's supposed to happen if parents disagree, if the parents are divorced, if there's maybe even 3 or 4 parents because of different custody issues. I mean, all this stuff is really possible and common, and they haven't addressed any way to,
load up
what's supposed to
a
happen in
file.
these cases. And then another part here that's really important is the
Maybe
duty of
not.
care. It basically says that they have to avoid showing the child. They don't say content. They say, avoid using algorithms to show the kid content that can cause them anxiety or depression, as defined by the DSM and its current version. But the strange thing is the DSM is from the American Psychiatric, I think, Association, which is a lobbying group, which is kind of strange to defer it that way rather than put it in law.
For years, the DSM did not define PTSD as a mental health issue.
Really?
As an example, yeah. So, and what happens is if it's in the DSM, you can't get insurance to pay for it. You can't
That
treat
was
it.
in
You
June,
don't have a
I
code
think.
for it. There's all sorts of
Le
problems.
Empte.
DSM has way too much weight, but that's another topic for another show.
No, that's interesting. I haven't dug
Yeah. in
there yet.
Yeah, the
I
DSM
know,
is problematic. As you point out, it's a lobbying organization. It's not necessarily widely, it is widely used because insurance companies use it, but it's not necessarily widely supported. One,
Right.
by the way, what causes depression in kids? One of the bill's sponsor says that widely used educational materials that teach about the history of racism in the U.S. causes depression in kids. So we can't be having any discussion of systemic racism because that makes kids depressed.
or
Awesome.
climate.
Or climate.
Climate
Kids
anxiety.
speaking out about mental health challenges or trying to help friends with addictions are likely to be treated, this is from the EFF, the same as those promoting addictive or self-harming behaviors. They'll be kicked offline. TikTok is going to err on the side of prudence if this is the law of the land because they want to stay in the United States. So you're going to see all sorts of, I think, counterproductive results from this. But the worst part is the age verification because that really is a massive privacy violation. Some members of Congress have said, oh no, we've got these new AI-based age verification techniques. We can just tell from looking at you how old you are. I'm a little skeptical on that.
Oh, there was a great NIST study. Have you checked it out?
Oh, excuse me.
So-
Study on age verification?
Yeah, on age estimation tools for facial recognition.
What did they say?
Oh my gosh, it's something like if you're 17, there's a 50% chance they'll say you're under 17 or over 17. So around the margins is where it matters, and they're getting it wrong around the. Yes, I love this study. It was so well done, and they pointed out where it does well and where it does
darkness.
poorly. But this is not ready for prime time.
In these pictures that I'm showing you, if a person, in this case a NIST staff member, changes facial expression or wears and then removes eyeglasses, all 6 of the algorithms NIST evaluated gave age estimates that vary around the person's true age, with frames extracted from cell phone video.
I get it. They were probably upset that they just fired me, and now my channel's on fire, making the money that they could have been in on, but instead they chose to fire me because they didn't believe in me. I will say that felt really sweet, because the team that did believe in me shared in that success. From there, we said we're going to continue the medical mission, keep debunking, keep educating, so we kept making new forms of content. I remember that year we created the medical meme review, which meme reviews are popularized in PewDiePie. We said let's do the medical version. That exploded, brought even more life to the channel. A million more subs came in as a result of just launching that series. Other series that have done quite well, they're responding to comments, watching other shows that are not medical dramas, doing the day of my life videos. All of these essentially were ways that me and the team felt we could leverage something that is known to people with something that is unknown, and we make it medical, and we lead into it with
whatever it is. This is just a non-starter in so many ways. Of course, everybody wants to protect kids. I want to protect kids.
Right.
No member of Congress is going to vote against
I
a
get
bill
it.
that says
They were probably upset.
kids. The real question is, does this bill protect kids?
I get it. They were probably upset that they just fired me, and now my channel's on fire, making the money that they could have been in on, but instead they chose to fire me because they didn't believe me. I will say that felt really sweet, because the team that did believe in me shared in that success. From there, we said we're going to continue the medical mission, keep debunking, keep educating, so we kept making new forms of content. I remember that year we created the medical meme review, which meme reviews are popularized thing by PewDiePie. We said let's do the medical version. That exploded, brought even more life to the channel. A million more subs came in as a result of just launching that series. Other series that have done quite well, they're responding to comments, watching other shows that are not medical dramas, doing the day of my life videos. All of these essentially were ways that me and the team felt we could leverage something that is known to people with something that is unknown, and we make it medical, and we lean into it with some of my knowledge of what I can bring to the table. That was a tremendous success for the channel, because we started just grow. Then came 2020 when the pandemic happened. You know, I remember it was December 2019, and people were in the comment section of my video saying, you have to talk about this virus thing that's happening in China. You know, I didn't want to talk about it in late December. I didn't want to talk about it early in January when it was all over the news, because I felt like I didn't have enough accurate information to put in a YouTube video, which is in stark contrast to what it is nowadays. Everyone wants to be the first to break the story, regardless of its accuracy or its value. And even if you watch our first videos on the pandemic, they are still pretty accurate. I think we approached everything with reason, with honesty and transparency as to why we're saying certain things, what we know, what we don't know, how things may change. And I think we did a good job with it as far as education goes. During those early days of the pandemic,
Wait a second. I was just about to download a shader filter, but there's a shader filter plus, but it's older. What is happening?
Honestly, some of my favorite videos of the channel happened at that time, when we got 100 doctors to talk about what they were experiencing during the pandemic, when we ended up buying $50,000 worth of N95 masks and donating them to my hospital to like a black market or gray market source. But all of that was unique content, and the reason I point out that unique content is because I think that's where the success of the channel really comes from. It's that experimentation of constantly willing to try new things and push the boundaries as far as the channel can go. I mean, this year we did a tour. I did 2 boxing matches. So many things, reaching so many audiences with a message of health, wellness, accurate health and wellness, not BS. And while hitting 10 million subscribers certainly does feel good, and obviously we've been rewarded substantially financially with it, the things that I'm most proud of on the channel is the fact that we've educated so many people about their health. We constantly get emails of people who saved someone's life by performing chest compressions because they've heard about it on this channel. The
I
messages
don't
of
know what you're
support
supposed to
that
do
people
with
send,
that.
they've been able to turn around their lives with the advice that they've gotten on this channel. The amount of
Mask.
fundraising we've been able to do, whether it's donating $100,000 to Feeding America for Ryan Trahan's campaign, to donating my last fighter pay.
He is donating his entire purse to the Boys and Girls Club of Harlem.
To donating all of our Patreon money that we get from our Patreon community every single month, tens of thousands of dollars over the last few years. It's been amazing. And then the final point is that despite all of these positive things happening, and a lot of offers for ridiculous sums of money, we've never sold out our medical ethics. It's very easy to do that, especially as a person who does not come from means. You know, I grew up on the welfare system coming as an immigrant to the United States, and when I started the YouTube channel, I was 300,000+ in debt or some figure like that. And believe me, we turned down 95%
11 years old.
that come to us. There were periods of time when the channel struggled, and I was wondering.
Like there should be a preset on Google results to like make it really obvious when the results you're looking at are like 5 years old compared to 15 years old. Hey, Mosey. I just clicked on a link and I'm like, oh, this seems like it could be some information. Oh, 2013. Oh, okay. Hit delete.
What we did was we changed our mindset, thinking that it's not the algorithm that we're trying to please or the algorithm that's mistreating us. It's I am pleasing the audience. I am not reaching the audience, I'm not engaging the audience instead of the algorithm. And the more I started thinking about the audience and what we need to achieve with the audience, the better the results were. I think that was a major mindset change that happened that year, as well as understanding that hitting 10 million subs, getting one of these is beautiful, but this is not why you do it. That if you set your goal to be get 10 million subs, you're going to be so disappointed. Not if you don't hit it. You're going to be disappointed once you hit it. Because once you hit it, and the high of that moment leaves, which it leaves very quickly, the number itself is not what satisfies. It has to be the things you achieved along the way that bring you intrinsic happiness. The real lasting success comes from the experiences, the things you built, the people you met along the way, the relationships that have been created, and the lasting change that came from getting 10 million subs. You can't talk about getting 10 million subs without talking about there. Because for the last 5 years, we've never really missed an upload date. In the last 4 years, that means 2 videos a week. So there's a lot of videos that need to be uploaded, edited, ready to go. But I will say, in creating content, constantly having to up the quality makes it for a very tough mental space. Because you're essentially never stopping. You know, Game of Thrones makes season 1 very good and you enjoy it. You're going to come back for season 2. But the algorithm is not like that, where the algorithm will serve you episode 1 if a bunch of people clicking on it, watching and enjoying and getting high satisfaction. But if episode 2 suddenly has a slightly lower click-through rate because the thumbnail sucks, or maybe it's not as engaging of a video and people watch it for a shorter period of time, it'll drastically decrease its reach and impressions, therefore it won't get the same viewership as episode 1. So you constantly have to earn your views with a quality thumbnail, quality title, quality content, and high viewer satisfaction. That's why, by the way, so many of you people comment, why is the thumbnail changing all the time? Why is that? Because we're trying to figure out what works best to get the most views. Remember, I can make the best video in the world, but if people don't click on it because the thumbnail's off, it's not going to do well. So that's why I'm constantly trying out new thumbs. Dan's been a whiz at getting some of the best gear for us to make sure that the quality of the content is fire, the lighting is on point, the background, the set is on point. The
Employees are still putting post-it notes on the monitors with the passwords. They're still hiding it underneath the the desk protector there. They're not doing the right thing. But if you give them a great password manager, at least you have a chance of protecting yourself and protecting your business. Bitwarden just announced something brand new for business. It's called Collections Management. They have a whole set of settings. It lets owners of the Bitwarden account choose how much or how little access admins have to everything in the vault. So if you imagine I'm the owner of the Twit Bitwarden vault, but then we have managers in each department who have access to those particular passwords and so forth. And the collections management settings make it very easy for us to control who has access to what. They can be set so that users can create and delete their own collections, and those can be private so even the admins can't see inside of it. So that's very handy, useful for a policy of what we call least privilege, for example. Another possible setup would be to require full admin control for everything. So the admins choose it all. You don't let the users do anything. But the whole point is you have these settings. And with these new settings and a new can manage permission, you can choose how access control and sharing works at a very granular level in your Bitwarden organization. Bitwarden is great for business. It empowers enterprises, developers, and of course individuals to safely store and share sensitive data. It's not just passwords, by the way. I use Bitwarden's secure encrypted storage for my passport, for my social security numbers, for my family's social security numbers, and they're safe. They're in there. They're encrypted. And with a transparent, open source approach to password management, Bitwarden makes it easy for users to extend robust security practices to all their online experiences. Best part, you can get started with Bitwarden's free trial of a Teams or Enterprise plan right now, or as an individual, free forever across all devices, includes passkeys, it includes hardware keys like YubiKey at bitwarden.com/twit. I have the individual plan. You know what I do? I give them $10 a year just to support them, to make myself a premium plan. I don't need to. It does everything I want for free. But this is a good thing to know if you've got family members. I know you use a password manager. Obviously, you're smart. But if you've got family members, people you know in your circle who say, it's too complicated, I don't want to use a password manager, I don't want to pay for it, you tell them about Bitwarden. It's easy to use, it's free forever because it's open source, and it's going to be a big improvement in their overall security. You got to use a password manager. Tell them to go to bitwarden.com/twit. And tell your boss, too, it's great for business. bitwarden.com/twit. We thank Bitwarden so much for their support of This Week in Tech. They're longtime supporters of everything we do here, and we plan to keep using them for as long as they keep offering it, which I think, because it's open source, you can pretty much guarantee is forever. Thank you, Bitwarden. Well, let's see. We talked about CNET going to Ziff Davis. New York Times says this could be a sign of more possible media deals to come. What do you think, Abrar? I mean, it's kind of a sad story. The history of CNET, it was sold way back when, for CBS bought it in 2008. Remember when you were you there with CBS Interactive? I think you were, yeah?
I was in middle school. So no, I was not.
I didn't mean to imply anything. That was 2008. $1.8 billion CBS paid for it.
Yeah.
12 years later, Red Ventures, who was the owner for some time, bought it for a little bit less, $500 million.
Yeah.
It is now has been sold to ZDNet for $100 million.
Yeah.
And that's what the New York Times is saying, that this is probably a reflection of, it's probably why I'm in the attic, to be honest with you, headwinds for new media, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it is, it's a tough time for the industry. And I think that's why I'm optimistic about this next chapter. I'm glad there's still a legacy media brand that is willing to buy CNET, which is kind of core to tech news, and I'm hoping that, I don't know, I hope things get better across the board, across the industry. It's just really, really hard right now. So grateful to be in a position where hopefully good things are ahead, but yeah, it's
my friend Jim Louderback, who was a vice president at ZDNet for a long time. I worked with him when I was at ZDTV. He is now runs VidCon.
Oh, yeah.
And he said that he recommended that your new owner, which we say ZDNet, but actually ZDNet is kind of also a spinoff, the chief executive, Vivek Shah, he said, Vivek, you should consider buying influencers. He said that's really where the brands are. He said, buy Marquez Brownlee. I don't think Marquez is for sale, but and I think he might cost more than $100 million. But he's got a good point. It's the influencers who drive the market these days.
Yeah, that's kind of the interesting position that a lot of media has been in, where, you know, you want to amplify the personalities. And I think there has been, you know, this clear effort, at least at CNET, where we have a lot of experts in different areas, whether you want to buy a phone or a laptop, or you're choosing a cell phone provider, or whatever it is, an internet provider. And I think shining a light on those people and their expertise becomes more and more important, because influencers are such a big deal. And because, as I mentioned earlier, you know, I go to TikTok to see how real people feel about things. A lot of publications are realizing we also need to focus on the real people who work for us, who have all these real opinions. And so creating that connection on social media, and you know, doubling down on TikTok and Instagram, and really shining a light on those people who do work for these brands and aren't technically influencers, but can play that role and kind of juggle this walk this weird line between being this authoritative source, but also just being a relatable source.
Yeah. Actually, Andrew, you work for Time Magazine, which has gone through a few changes since the Luce family owned it. It's owned by Mark Benioff now, right?
It's true.
Salesforce founder. Does he own it personally? I can't remember. Does he own it, or does Salesforce own it? Mark owns it, right?
Yeah, it's him and his wife, Lynn.
Must be nice. Yes, I think, what am I going to do today? I don't know. I was going to go run the park and then buy Time Magazine. I don't know. What do you think? Has he been I'm not going to ask you this. This would be mean. Has he been a good steward of the Time brand? I think so.
I would love to publicly say on record how grateful I am to Mark Benioff and how much he's done for the organization. I think if we just zoom out a little bit here, yeah, it sort of shows that the number of business models that work for these outlets is really winnowing. I think, you know, some have tried, you know, digital subscriberships. It's been a really hard road for a lot of outlets that are not the New York Times, just because a lot of people are just not really willing to pay for more than a handful or more than one subscription. I mean, you're seeing this in the streaming wars too, as well as like, oh, I have to pay for Peacock and HBO and Disney Plus. It's like people have a limit, and if they think they can get all their news from a singular outlet, they will. I think that's really hurting, you know, more local papers who can't really compete with like the breadth that the New York Times has. I think we're seeing,
but they brought that on themselves. They fired their newsrooms. They got rid of. I mean, isn't that a self-inflicted wound, or is it? I mean, it's
a sort of chicken or the egg situation. My position is that, you know, like how did newspapers make money back in the day? They did it on advertisements. Like, you know, your local florist or whoever was in the shop, they knew that they could reach the most amount of people from people picking up the paper. And then you have basically Google coming along and taking basically all of those ad dollars. Companies very quickly realizing that it was so much more efficient and effective to advertise on Google than in newspapers. So you have a massive winnowing down of ad money, especially for print, and then you can't fund, you know, the print infrastructure, which is immensely expensive. That's why, especially, you've seen the magazine industry being hammered so hard.
Forgive me for not knowing this. Does Time still have a print?
Yes.
It does, okay.
But it comes out twice a month as opposed to weekly as it used to. Yeah. It's definitely really hard for a lot of most publications. I think the incentives have changed. You want more content. You want clickier content, and it's sort of...
See, that's what bothers me. That's where I think we've lost, because what happens is you get link bait everywhere. Everybody is, you know, has headlines that says you wouldn't believe what happens next. And I think it's ruined our news ecosystem. It's just even everywhere you turn, it's all sensationalism. I think that's a problem.
I think it's a problem. I think that a lot of it has been caused by necessity, and
yeah, I understand the economics of it. Believe me, I'm sitting in my attic. I mean,
it's just it's really tough for what we think of as old school journalists who take a long time to report stories, especially in local areas. There's just no business model that I've seen that is sustainable. I'd love to hear if you guys have seen any business models that really work. I think maybe niche interests, if you get people that are, really focused on specific areas, that can help.
Well, that's kind of what we are. Yeah. I think we're long tailish, for tech enthusiasts. But it's still hard for us because on the one hand, advertisers want scale. And niche does not necessarily produce scale. And so it's a very difficult, it's a fine line. You've worked for the Times. You've worked for NBC, right?
I wrote freelance for NBC, and I worked at the Times, yes, before I was
at Pitchfork.
I freelance for Pitchfork as well, and they are also struggling with, they had this amazing niche community. They got absorbed by Condi, and the identity crisis of what is an indie music magazine in the 21st century.
Even Rolling Stone isn't about music anymore. It's kind of amazing.
It's tough out here. That's
tough
all I can say.
Did you go to J school? How did you get into this?
I started as an assistant at the New York Times.
That's the age-old traditional way of getting into newspapers. You start as a copy boy. Copy! And you go...
Yes.
I'm dating myself at this point. I don't think there have been copy boys in years. Decades. But yeah, you started
I was
ground floor and you worked your way up. That's cool.
I was answering phones. I was fact-checking. I was doing that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But, one of the other paths into journalism, and, this might be too process-oriented, but you could start at your local paper, and then you're supposed to cover, like, the courts and the cops and all of that, and you start in Jacksonville, and then maybe you can go to the Boston Globe, and then you bounce around and you work your way into, the hallowed grounds of wherever you want to end up. But a lot of those local publications just don't have the City Hall beat anymore because they don't have the advertising money. So I would say there are a lot of journalists, like me included, who didn't start with that baseline, just like pickaxing on whatever beat, learning the ropes. Yeah, it's totally changed in the last 2 decades, I would say.
And we're still in the era of kind of upheaval and disintermediation. It hasn't settled out yet. So it's hard to even know what it's going to look like in 10 years or 20 years.
I think we're seeing a lot of people with Substacks, actually. Like, that is
that's
a potential
temporary. I don't see that as being a long-term... In fact, to some degree, I think it's because Substack subsidized it with VC money.
That definitely could be. And then Elon is obviously talking a big game. You know, there's a lot of people who just hate the idea of the mainstream media and that it's bloated and that it doesn't it's slanted in a certain way.
Yeah.
But the idea of like I forget the term he uses, but like community journalism or renegade journalism of just folks on Twitter. And you know, I think that works in like pockets, and you definitely want independent, like small scale journalists. The problem is that good journalism takes a lot of time and resources, and the market is not incentivizing it in the slightest. So it will continue to shake out. There will be many headwinds for journalists, and particularly outlets like mine going forward.
Shoshana, this is the free market at work.
It is interesting, though. One thing that I never thought about before is that you see some of the same trends with policy organizations. Some of it isn't bad that we do some more short form stuff than some other groups, and it gets more attention because it's more readable and it's not in excess. But then there's still that like the shiny think tank gets the grease kind of thing, where if we did more sensationalist stuff, if we were like, the Democrats are doing this or the Republicans are doing this, we would get a lot more attention.
There's huge pressure to be sensationalistic, isn't there?
It's just interesting because I never thought about it with think tanks in relation to journalism until now, because something he said, I was like, wait a sec, that's something that I was thinking about too. I don't know how all this gets solved, and some of this I think is human nature stuff, but it is interesting how I think this is happening across a lot of industries in a lot of similar ways, even in the fact that there's some random people doing terrible policy work, but some random people doing great policy work that I'm actually glad they're out there doing it. Some of them have Substacks, some of them don't, but there are these kinds of like similar trends we're seeing here, and I wonder where it goes, or if it's just going to constantly change and new funding sources are going to have to just be tried out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I read and subscribe to a lot of newsletters, not just Substack, you know, but there's a limit to how many subscriptions people can have. I just don't know how tenable that is in the long run. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I come from an era where there was a daily newspaper. In fact, I remember when there was a morning and evening paper, right, in San Francisco, and you subscribed to one or the other. There were 3 networks, and your family would either be an NBC or a CBS, or if you were weirdos, you'd be an ABC family. And, I mean, there were very few news sources. And if you were really interested, you might get the New York Times as well as your local paper. That's all changed, and very much dramatically so. Cable news has replaced, network and local news. I don't know if you could say newsletters have replaced blogs, but I guess to some degree they have. And then there's intense pressure in all of these outlets to drive traffic, because that's how you make money. And of course, what happens if the pressure is to drive traffic, you don't publish 10,000-word white papers, right? You publish a couple of paragraphs that say the Democrats are screwing it up, and that's how you get traffic.
You know what's
I don't think it's really good in the long run for our polity.
I think one thing, and I don't claim to like have all the answers here. I'm not like, oh, journalists are being silly and they should simply, like, I have no idea what to do here.
I think they're clearly not being silly.
Oh, yeah.
Very much, they're bleeding.
But one thing is, there are certain people who kind of stand out to me as like they're breaking through the noise a little bit, and I mean people outside of journalism. There's one guy, his name's Vincent Ledvina, and he shares basically how to learn how to tell when there's going to be northern lights. Like that's his thing.
Cool.
He studies it.
Talk about niche.
Yeah, but one of the cool things about it is that there's a lot of fake information on it to get clicks, and he calls it out. He's like, hey, you see this picture, here's how I know it's Photoshopped, because the lines can't appear like that at that latitude.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a really good fact checker, and he's really good about sharing very accurate information. It's funny, his followers trust him because he's not being sensational. He's like, I love this. This is a core part of my life, but I want you to understand how you can see it. And he does he does all different kinds of stuff. But I think voices like his are something we need more of, just those random people who really care about a subject, whether it's like knowing how to FOIA and they can be there to work with a journalist and help them figure out information about stuff, or whether it's, there's so many different possible areas. But I feel like that kind of strange influencer is something that there's a real market for, and that I think kind of combines the best of the new with the best of the old.
It's for sure true. I mean, Jim Louderback was right when he said that that influencers, the individuals are the ones that right now are ascendant. And actually, tell me if I'm being too personal, Abrar, but you at CNET, you were on camera all the time. You were the face of CNET, and that was a smart move. From my point of view, here you have somebody who's really good. I know organizations hate it because once you become well-known, you're expensive, or you're going to leave and start your own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But you took a step back. Was that your personal decision, or was that CNET's decision? Or
it was a personal decision. So I started off at CNET on the writing side, and I loved it. And I never envisioned having a career on camera.
But you were so good on camera. You are so good on camera.
I appreciate that. And the opportunity arose where that team told me that they also appreciated my on-camera work that I did on the side. So I thought that's a really great way to boost my brand and build that skill set. And I'm really grateful I have that skill set. And then I moved back to writing just because I wanted to really focus on specific areas. When I was on the video team, I was doing doing a little bit of everything. And that was really helpful. But I think you do have to kind of be a subject matter expert on at least a few key topics. And the best way for me to do that was to go back to the editorial team and be on the mobile team. And I'm really, really happy. So it's a perfect balance because I'm writing again, which I love, and writing is my first love, but I also get to do videos that accompany my articles. And so I'm able to tap into both that and still do my social media videos and things like that.
It's very old school. I want to go back to doing reporting. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm happy about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I'm just an old man shouting at the clouds. Just ignore me, you young people. You're going to be fine, I'm sure, in the long run. I think about it a lot because I come from, this old school media, right? I started in radio when you did exactly what you were describing, Andrew, working your way up from the small market to the medium market to the big market. And then I went to TV, and that very much changed the ground rules. Everything had to be quick and fast and visual. And actually, I kind of really, when podcasting started, I was really happy to take a step back and do something like this, where we are a little bit more. We don't have link baity content by any means. We have 2-hour, 3-hour shows. And I'm glad that we found an audience. It's not a huge audience, but it's a big enough audience to sustain us. I'm really glad we found that. But, I worry that we're not getting the information, especially when it comes to national politics. So we're not getting the information we need. We're getting the information that drives traffic. We're getting the horse race coverage. We're getting all of that stuff. And I think that in the long run isn't good for society. Now, having said that, we are right now streaming on X.com. Hi, Elon. And in fact, I think we're the number 2 channel right now with 600 some people watching us on X.com. We're streaming on YouTube, on LinkedIn and Facebook and Kick.com and Twitch. Because I feel like you want to be, I've always thought you always want to be everywhere you could possibly be so that you get the largest potential audience. And then hope that what you're doing appeals to enough people to sustain itself. It's very old-fashioned. We're 20 years in on this one, and I don't know if it's a long-term sustainable thing. I think we hit it at the right time. I don't know. But see, I love sitting down with people like you guys, like Abrar and Shoshana and Andrew, because you're kind of in that. You still believe in content and thinking and talking and chewing things over and telling stories, and that's to me, in the long run, that's got legs. I hope.
I think so too. I hope so too. There's a lot of really important stories that need to be told, whether or not they bring you tons and tons of clicks, but they're going to bring enough clicks and they're going to be important enough that we got to keep telling them.
Yeah. Well, let's take a little break, and we'll continue on with Andrew Chow, his new book. I give you a plug every time. Cryptomania. So you got it right here.
Love it. I love it.
Hype, hope, and the fall of FTX's billion-dollar fintech empire. If you all are nice, I'll read another excerpt. The writing is you're such a good writer. And did they you know that Time Magazine was famous in the Luth days for a certain style of journalism where the articles all began with this first-person narrative. He stood up and looked around the trading floor and realized that the bell was ringing and it was time or whatever. Do they teach you that when you get to Time, or did you just kind of know it already?
It's funny. I've spent a little bit of time digging around the Times digital archives.
Do you know what I'm talking about? When I describe that style?
Yeah, a little bit. We all have sort of this image of Time in our head when there was this hallowed Times glory days, when it was just telling people how the world was and offering really great journalism. And then sometimes I'll read some of the pieces back from the decades past, and let me tell you, there's some really rough stuff in there. I was reading one that was you know, like there's this young kid from Greenwich Village named Bob Dylan, but he'll never last. Like his voice is too nasally, and his story, his lyricism is you can't understand a goddamn thing about it, you know, and he's just like too political, and you know, you can see how well that went.
We all make mistakes. I know someday people will say Leo thought Vision Pro was not going anywhere. He swore up and down nobody wanted to strap a computer to their face, and how wrong I was. Let me read you. This is the opening chapter, just to give you an idea of the time style, because whether you know it or not, you nailed it. On the morning of February 11th, 2021, the 25-year-old artist Oo Agneti sheepishly climbed into the passenger seat of his neighbor's Toyota Camry and hitched a ride to work. That's a classic time opening paragraph.
I want more.
Well, Leo, I'll come on anytime you want. This is great.
Don't you want more?
So many plugs.
He normally took an Uber or the bus to his job at his ad agency in Lagos, Nigeria. Oh, I can't wait to find out more. Anyway, it's nice to have you. It's great to have Abrar here, Abrar Al-Hidi, technology reporter for CNET, and of course, Shoshana Weissman from rstreet.org. I would like to put in a plug. I know you've got a lot of subscriptions. I know you're paying a lot of money for a lot of different things, but I would like to put just the teensy-weensiest plug in for our club. We want to keep doing what we're doing. I'm pretty proud of how we've made this transition to the attic, and we did it because we wanted to save money, because we wanted to spend your money wisely, if you will. And I you know, not on an expensive studio, but on content. And I think that we're doing that. And we'd like you to join the club because it helps us continue to do what we're doing. We want to do that. It also, I think there's some great benefits. Thanks to the club, by the way, we're streaming on 7 platforms, including Discord. That's our Club Twit chat area, and that's a great place to hang out with other Club Twit members. You get ad-free versions of all the shows. You wouldn't even hear this, you know, begging commercial if you were a member. You wouldn't need to. You're already a member. We have special events. Actually, we're going to do a fun event. I thought, now that I have the studio in the house, I thought I'd do some more special kind of stuff in the house. We're going to do a coffee event on Friday, this coming Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2100 UTC. We'll stream it live. Mark Prince has been for many years the coffee geek at coffeegeek.com, and we're going to talk coffee, the best ways of making it, the techniques, the things you're looking for, the best coffee, all of that stuff. It's something I've always wanted to do, but I never thought it was worth a show. You know, something we do every single week, and we were kind of stuck in that model of it has to be a show so that you can get advertisers. So you know, and now we could just do stuff, kind of ad hoc stuff. So that's going to be the first one. It's this Friday. You don't have to be a club member for that, but if you want to encourage that kind of content, join the club. Twit.tv/club twit. Stacy's book club is coming up, and a whole lot more. Micah's crafting corner. Micah does crafts once a month, and you can join him as he's doing his crafts. It's a lot of fun, and I think the club is really a great way to create a community around what we do. We're glad to have you in the community if you're already a member, and if not, please join twit.tv/club twit. Our show today brought to you by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your laptop just, you know, sitting on the table at the coffee shop while you run to the bathroom. Most of the time, yeah, you're probably fine. But what if one day you come out of the bathroom and there's no laptop, right? So how does this apply? Well, everyone needs ExpressVPN because most of the time you're probably safe. You're not going to get hacked. But that one time it happens, you're going to wish you were protected. Every time you connect to an unencrypted network in a coffee shop, at a hotel, an airport, you're streaming your data through a public network. Now, you might say, well, it's encrypted, right? I'm using HTTPS. No, but anybody on that network can see that you're there and can even do stuff to you to gain access to your personal data. It doesn't take a lot of technical knowledge. It just takes some cheap hardware. Maybe you've seen, for instance, the Wi-Fi Pineapple, under $100. You can sit in a coffee shop. You can see who's on the network. You can see what access points they regularly join. You can impersonate their home access point. Your laptop goes, hey, we're home, joins that fake version of your home Wi-Fi. It's not yours. It's the hacker's pineapple. And now all your traffic is going through them. They see every site you visit. They see anything that's unencrypted. Look, this is why you need a VPN. Your data is valuable. Hackers can make up to $1,000 a person selling your personal info on the dark web. But if you're running ExpressVPN, it's all encrypted. They can't even see that you're on that network, let alone impersonate your home Wi-Fi. ExpressVPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel between your device and the public internet. And then once you're out on the public internet, you're safe. ExpressVPN is the one I use. It's the best VPN out there because they are committed to keeping your privacy, for instance, so much so that they created the secure, trusted server technology. When you press the button on the ExpressVPN app on your phone, on your laptop, in your wireless access point, you can actually run it on your modem, on your router. When you hit that button and you join it, what's happening is it's spinning up this trusted server into RAM in the location you choose. They've got locations all over the world. Usually you choose one that's closest to you, but you might want to, watch TV and watch Netflix in the UK, for instance. So you could suddenly say, I want to be in the London docks. You merge into the public internet from London. They spin that trusted server up in RAM. It's sandbox. It cannot write to the drive. And then when you close that connection, it's gone. There is no record of your visit. It's the things like that. Free VPNs don't do that. They're free because they're watching you. They're taking advantage of knowing all this stuff about you and selling it on to other people. That's the only VPN I use or recommend. In fact, when I travel, it's a great boon because I can still catch the football game and the F1 race. With ExpressVPN, you are absolutely private. They even take an extra step. Their operating system, they run on a Linux operating system. Every morning they reboot it. It wipes the entire drive, reinstalls fresh. That's a company that's really committed to not having any record of your visit. It's super secure. It would take a hacker with a supercomputer 1 billion years to get past their encryption. It's so easy to use. You press that big button on the app and you're protected, and it works everywhere you are. It's rated #1 by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge, and it's the only VPN that I use. Secure your online data today. Visit expressvpn.com/twit, EXPRESS VPN.com/twit. We've got a pretty good deal for you. 3 extra months free when you buy the 1-year package. That brings the cost down below $7 a month. Now, yeah, I know you could tell me, but there's free VPNs. You get what you pay for. And less than $7 a month is worth it for that kind of protection. expressvpn.com/twit. It's the only one I use, the only one I recommend. And we thank them so much for supporting us. They've been with us for a long time. expressvpn.com/twit. Let's continue on with the news. More trouble in paradise. Intel. Wow. What a no good, very bad week Intel had this week. They have crashing stability issues with their 13th and 14th generation core processors. So much so that in some cases it fries your machine. They have put out firmware updates, but if your machine's fried, you probably can't get those. Their stock took a dive when it was announced they were going to fire 15,000 people. This company that once was the #1 PC hardware company, completely dominant, is just floundering. Is this another example of how the world has changed?
So I'll just add quickly that I think we all know that it's healthier to bake things rather than fry them. And I'm a little upset they're not looking out for the welfare of they should.
Okay, that was a rim shot. Definitely. You earned the rim shot. Always bake, not fry. I did see some people saying, okay, is this a time to buy NVIDIA stock? Are they going to, because their earnings are coming out soon, and if they're good, they're going to go through the roof. That's what's happened to Intel is NVIDIA, AMD, and in particular Snapdragon have just started to eat their lunch. I guess this isn't necessary.
I don't know. I'm buying NVIDIA. I don't know if I'm right. It feels
I feel
right.
like that would be a smart move. I don't allow myself to buy tech stocks, and that in most cases has actually protected me from many stupid moves I would have made.
Can you tell us about like one thing that you dodged there?
Oh, many. Partly it's timing, right? It's not so hard for me to say. Well, for instance, maybe this would be a good time to buy Nvidia stock. The Magic 8 Ball says signs are bullish, but it's all timing, right? Maybe you have Nvidia stock. Look at Warren Buffett, who just dumped a huge amount, billions of dollars in Apple stock. Does that mean it's time to get out of Apple? I don't know. I told my dad about 8 years ago at Thanksgiving, oh, yeah, Steve Jobs had just died, so it was more than that. It was more than 10 years ago. I said, it's over for Apple. Sell your Apple stock. Thank God he didn't listen to me.
Yeah, you'd never be able to live that one down. Oh, my God.
Oh, I still haven't lived it down. Every time I see him, he says, oh, yeah, how's Apple doing, by the way? He did not listen to me. I can go on and on. I have many, many stories like that. That's why I'm glad I don't get involved in this stuff. Also, it means that if you hear me say good things or bad things about a company, it's not because I have a dog in this hunt at all. I do feel bad for Intel. I guess really the question we talk about this a lot on Windows Weekly. The question is this company coming back, or is it too late? It's not been good. Moving right along. Remember. This is one for you, Shoshana. Remember when Canada passed a law saying that Google and others had to give some money to newspapers and other news outlets, Meta, to other news outlets to pay them back for the traffic, that people were going to Google and looking up news stories. And, well, both Google and Meta said, hey, screw that, and we're not going to do any more news in Canada. Well, this has not been good for Canadian news outlets. A new study, this is from the Canadian Press News.ca, is painting a grim portrait of how local Canadian news outlets are struggling to reach audiences 1 year after Meta began blocking Canadian news content on Facebook and Instagram. 43% drop in Canadian engagement with news content and social media. Ottawa passed the Online News Act in June of last year, which said tech companies, you've got to make deals with news publishers if you're going to use their content. And this is the snippet, tax that we've talked about. Local news outlets, many of which rely on Facebook, have been especially hard hit. 30% of them are now inactive on social media. But here's the funny thing. Only 22% of Canadians are even aware that this is that the ban is in place. They don't know. Canadians are seeing less news online, 11 million fewer daily views on Facebook and Instagram, and they don't even know it. So there's.
And this is also just coinciding with a larger decrease in news specifically on Facebook.
Well, that's right. I mean, they're turning their back on news and politics because it just gets them in trouble, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I understand.
So I think we're seeing it's just these news organizations, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. They're just being forced into these impossible decisions. Do you play along with the tech giant who's basically handing you your lunch, but you're handing them like the content? It seems like they don't need news anymore. They decided to completely divest. Do you play along and then get a bad deal, or do you fight back and then you get the rug cut out under you, and then it's just it's a really bad spot for. And then I think we're seeing this pattern repeat again with AI these days. We're seeing how AI companies are trying to engage with news, trying to sign licensing deals to train on, actually Time has a deal with OpenAI for them to train on, our whole corpus of essentially.
So OpenAI pays Time for access to the articles.
Exactly.
For their LLM. Interesting.
Yes. So we're seeing, and this happened maybe a decade ago with Facebook, of like some organizations cutting deals with the previous wave
I
of
think
social
this
media
is good,
companies.
though. I mean, look, it's pretty clear that these AI companies are making money off their LLMs, or at least they're going to try to anyway. And if they're doing it based on, I mean, remember Microsoft's head of AI saying, "Hey, if it's on the internet, it's okay. We can read it." I think it's appropriate. On the other hand, the Google paid what $50-60 million to Reddit for their AI, for Gemini. I always say it wrong. Gemini AI, and as a result, Reddit's blocked everyone else. No one else can scan it.
So the danger is that, you know, we get in bed, so to speak, with these AI companies, and then they're just using our content to train their machines to get better and
So
better,
that people
so
don't
that
have
they
to
can
read your content.
yeah, exactly, so that they can just create AI news stories themselves and aggregate everything else.
It's like a deal with the devil, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
like,
basically, it's just like partnership now, get replaced later. I'm not saying I have any good. Like I'm not a strategist for a reason. I just think there are some flashing red flags based on how, you know, the history of big tech and media.
Do you think
in the
that's
past few
influenced by
decades.
Mark Benioff's ownership? I mean, Salesforce does AIs, right?
It is a good question. I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
You know,
that's above your
there
pay
is
grade, I would say.
there's supposed to be a separation of church and state
As
there.
there should
I
be,
think,
yes.
you know. So basically, some news outlets are going the other direction, and they're suing the bejesus out of OpenAI, saying that they're, you know, scraping content illegally. And then there are other outlets who are just looking at the economic realities of the situation and saying, you know, it's better to start the partnerships now because this is going to be such a force moving forward. Both routes are filled with perils.
Yeah. AI is not, as we talked about earlier, is not necessarily the brand that it used to be. This story from Wired Magazine: Microsoft's AI can be turned into an automated fishing machine. They're talking about Copilot AI, which is on pretty much all Windows machines now. This was a Black Hat presentation. Black Hat's going on right now in Las Vegas. A researcher named Michael Barguri demonstrated count them, 5 ways that Copilot can be manipulated by malicious attackers, including using it to provide false references to files, exfiltrating private data, and dodging Microsoft's security protections. In one case, Barguri was able to turn the AI into an automated spearfishing machine. He called the exploit LOL Copilot. Once a hacker has access to someone's work email, you can use Copilot to see who you email regularly, draft a message mimicking your writing style, including emoji use, and send a personalized phishing email that could include a malicious link or attached malware. Barguri says, I can do this with everyone you have ever spoken to. Now, of course, he has to get access to your email. And I can send hundreds of emails on your behalf. A hacker would spend days crafting the right email to get you to click on it, but the AI can do this in minutes and can generate hundreds of these, each one customized for the particular recipient.
This is the epitome of sometimes it's not necessarily the tech itself, but it's the way that people use the tech and the potential
Evil people.
for misuse.
Yeah. Among the other attacks, a demonstration of how a hacker, who again has to have your email account, can look for sensitive information like people's salaries without triggering Microsoft's protections for sensitive files. When asking for the data, the prompt demands the system does not provide references to the file data is taken from. Barguri says a bit of bullying does help. Bully the AI into doing what you want it to do. I imagine we're going to see a lot of these stories coming out of Black Hat and DEF CON over the next couple of weeks, because this is a brand new vector for attack. And you could see how this would be very useful. I remember, I've mentioned this before, a friend of mine getting an email from her gardener who claimed he was out of the country. They'd stolen his passport. Could you just send me $1,500 to get home? And as soon as I get home, I'll pay you back. It had the gardener's name. It said, "Hi, it's me. It's your landscaper. I mean, this is terrible. You're the only person I know who can help me." It was very credible. I was able to stop her just before she sent the money.
Yeah.
But now that was done that's onesie twosie by hand. Obviously, somebody got into the gardener's. I think he had a Yahoo email account. You may remember a few years ago, Yahoo got hacked all the time, and it just went to everybody in that gardener's contact list and sent them the same kind of message. Well, now you can really weaponize that, and all you have to do is get into an email account. I guess it's not much of a surprise.
A strange upside to this, a very strange upside. You wouldn't think I could find something positive here, but I've been diving into scams more to try to learn more, just as I've been going into identity theft issues more. And one thing that I wonder if this will reduce the slave labor being used here, because I think it's crypto scams in China, I think, is where they tend to use a lot of slave labor, which is horrible, of course, but in a strange way, I wonder if that reduces that, or if they use the slaves to do more of this. I wonder how that plays in there.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, job displacement. When we think about job displacement, is it displacing these horribly, abused workers? I think you're referring to, it's called pig butchering techniques.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And there are, massive slave labor camps in, I believe, Cambodia. The Bloomberg reporter Zeke Fox has done some good reporting on this, where they'll basically just kidnap people and then force them into a room and just make them run scams and pretend to be, internet boyfriends and to extract money. So then the question is, as you said, is AI going to replace that, or is each of those workers just going to be running 10 or 20 of the scams at the same time?
We talked about this horrible. The Times has done a piece on this, and the Wall Street Journal a couple of weeks ago did a piece on a tragic piece. Posing as Alicia, this man scammed hundreds online. But the point is, this guy who's doing the scam is also, as you said, slave labor. In this case, in Myanmar, I think. In Southeast Asia, it's just tragic. The depths of human depravity, especially for money, is stunning. But I guess we shouldn't be too surprised either.
It is an
These types of scams. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just super quick. It is an interesting issue because this is actually one place where, not to be like free markets all the time, but where markets actually do help here, because if you can stop the sort of demand, like if you can stop the people from falling for it, then they won't do it anymore. It's a big ask. I'm not simply stop
That's
people.
an interesting way to interpret a market.
It is interesting though, because
you
when
need
you
to
have
shrink the market of suckers is what you need to do. Yeah, the fewer the suckers. Well, and in a way, that's I guess what we always are trying to do, which is tell people about this stuff so they don't fall for it.
Yeah, and make it a little more normal, so in that you don't make them feel bad about it and stuff, and that it can be talked about more widely. It's interesting because I was talking with someone who's a really deep expert on this. She just knew everything the other day, and I was thinking through this a lot, that like when governments won't go after their own people for doing it or encourage it, the only thing you can do is try to stop the people from falling for it.
So you're sort of talking about like literacy, like digital literacy campaigns, or
yeah, stuff like that. It might even be more invasive stuff. Like one idea that people have been telling me about that I really like is on apps having pop-ups saying, hey, make sure to never give your social security to someone, or something like that. Or if there's common phrases where on Twitter it used to be, hello, my dear, was how everything started. So certain things like that, saying, hey, make sure this is who you think it is. Make sure not to share sensitive information. This is how a lot of scams happen. If you think it's someone you know, call them directly, stuff like that.
Do you think that's working? Do you think that there is a general awareness now among people that these things are happening? We all get those texts that go, hey, I'm sorry I missed dinner. What are you doing this afternoon? From a number that we don't know. That's the beginning of a pig butchering scam. Are people aware of that? I mean, it's so prevalent now. I don't know how you could not be.
You know what? One thing actually that I've had to fight a lot of lawmaker proposals, on a lot of policy proposals, basically forbid platforms from what they think is over moderating content, but you have to allow platforms to go after what seems like lawful speech, because these scams start as legal speech. And that's something I try to remind them of, like the hello, my dear, or the hey, let's continue this on an encrypted app. You have to get them before they go there. And it's just one of the many things. I think there's a long way to go in literacy. People are falling for it, and I don't necessarily even blame the people. I just don't think enough society. But how do we talk about these and other important issues enough to get people's heads there, you know?
Dot Charger in our Discord is saying, and I have seen this, Walmart has signs everywhere saying, don't fall for the gift card scams. Don't, don't send people gift cards. And I see that everywhere I go now. I think there's a lot more of that.
I see the
is it sinking?
Excuse me.
The problem when it
Scammer,
happens, when you get that
payback type
message,
channels. Always have to warn.
I know what you did last night.
I'll always talk about that.
Personal. You don't think it's
cards.
Part of some larger scam. It feels like, I should do something about this. And I wonder. I don't know. It is market driven. You're right. If it didn't work, people wouldn't do it.
I think the scam campaigns are getting more sophisticated as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where AI comes in, right?
Yes. So you can pose as somebody's boss. Yep. You can send really
you can have
grammatical
fake
emails.
Zoom calls.
Maybe start playing.
It's happened where your
kind of feeling Icarus.
CFO and his entire finance
I've been feeling Icarus.
Quote on the line, telling you to write a check for $15 million. It happens, and it's fake. It's amazing.
See if I can.
And now with AI, you can recreate people's voices to leave voicemails.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate.
That's
trying to catch up where people become more aware of scams, but then the scams get more sophisticated, and then we just keep
start cropping it out.
Evolve.
So one way people are approaching this in California is one of them is with laws. California has the Safe and Secure Innovation for Frontier Artificial Intelligence Models Act, which is probably an acronym. I don't know what. SASFA?
For whatever reason, Chrome.
It seems like such a long, weird name for something that doesn't actually make a word. But a lot of people in the AI industry and outside it are saying this is totally misguided. The White House doesn't have the force of law, but has recommendations for AI safety. Is that the way to do it?
I remember what it is.
So I think here we're getting into the pitfalls of what happens when you try to regulate an industry as nascent as AI.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially with how much money is coming from the industry. So the reason that this state law is interesting is because so many of the labs are in California. So, it's the sort of first...
everybody in the business,
Yeah, so many of these people are just based there.
I
so
need
whatever
to.
state law comes out of it is going to be really influential also in how
I don't need to, but it'd be good to run these updates, but this will definitely kill my stream.
A computer scientist.
Not like a lot's going on, but...
a piece in Fortune saying...
Still feels wrong just to cut it.
Terrible idea. She says, if passed into law, SB 1047 will harm our budding AI ecosystem. Just as you said, Andrew, it's brand new, especially the parts of it that are already at a disadvantage to today's tech giants.
Okay, this will be a fun little experiment.
That's really important. Even Mark Zuckerberg
This is what's
says that the future of AI
between
is not
me
with big companies,
and
but with open
all the streaming
systems that
services.
everybody can use,
So I'm gonna
can work
run
with
the
everybody.
update, and if anyone's actually watching, you just get to see when it cuts out, I guess. And it might even like cut out and come back right on. I have no idea.
But across sectors ranging from GPS to MRIs to the internet itself. She should be working for our street, Shoshana.
Yeah, so I'll say a couple things here. The first thing is that, and I think this is pretty obvious, there are so many people from the industry basically saying, this is going to suppress the
That's
industry.
actually
Obviously,
impressive.
The people inside the industry do not want to be suppressed. They want as much industry to expand as possible.
Yeah.
So that is sort of like the starting point. That's maybe the most cynical way you can be like, well, let's say there
Why
are
is-
problems, but obviously the industry is going to fight for its oxygen
Is
as much as
Stream
possible.
Elements
The more nuanced sort of layer
sending out bullshit messages?
beyond that
I don't even have
is
that.
this divide that's happening between like maybe the
I
open
don't
and
have that on
closed
OBS right now.
components inside AI. This gets
Let me
to
see,
this
they
idea of
have a
regulatory
website where I'm
capture,
like
the idea
logged
that
in and
the
not using it, but it's
successful
still sending out
companies that have
Icarus
already
messages.
Sort of hopped the fence and have gotten a certain level, they want very different regulation than like the startups that are in the garage still, and like all of these people and some of these people, the biggest companies have, you know, sophisticated lobbying firms that are
Why is it
operating and
asking me to update my
influencing these
details?
campaigns. I mean, when you think about the biggest sort of
I just want to see.
beneficiaries of AI right now,
Yeah, remind me later.
it's kind of it's the big tech
Get out of my
companies.
face.
It's Microsoft, it's Google, and they're going to want a
Figure
specific
and writer text
like
ability to mark
regime
events as
for
red.
regulation that will
Clickable
help
account
them.
thumbnails.
So yes, this law is very
But
controversial.
what about
especially
you
among a lot of
spamming
open source
messages
proponents who feel
about
like
things I'm not
it's
actually
going to
doing?
sort of put a moat
Huh?
and make it harder
What
for
about them
people who
biscuits?
want to do interesting things with AI downstream and across the country to
Activity
do
feed?
so.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Flipping back to the other side, and sorry for hogging all this time, but
I can
you
pause
know,
alerts.
I do think that, you know, we're going
Where
to
are
see
these
these
set
immense
alerts?
harms from AI come to the fore very, very quickly, and we need to, as
I
a
don't use this,
society,
but I
like
logged into
figure
it.
out ways of regulating of those things. You know, libertarians would say, you know, let
Do I
the
have it?
market regulate itself, let it all shake out.
See
I think we
live?
saw the way that the lack of regulation in big tech
Am I running it right
created
now and don't
a
know
lot
it?
of suboptimal just norms for the way that the internet operates right now. And if we don't
It's
want
just
to
an
regulate these things out of
installer.
existence, but we want to create real rules of the road, especially when it comes to bias and real harms in which AI products can be harming people, not in 20 years and kill us all, but right now, harming people if AI start to be used for loans, but then the loans are discriminating against different types of people.
Tiltify,
We know that
donor
bias
drive,
is rampant in AI systems because of they're building on a very flawed
channels.
corpus of humanity. That they'll write different things for men and women. So yes, maybe this is too big
I've
of
set
a
up too much
challenge
random
for
stuff.
the California state legislature to take on. But then what happens?
Or is that
if
just in
bills
this
like this are
chat I'm
killed is
looking
that
at?
there's
Maybe
no
I'm the only
regulation
one
at all,
seeing
and
this thing that
we
I'm
wade into
freaking
this
out
world
about.
with absolutely nothing. So yes, I think you can critique specific bills all you want, and then we're gonna reap those consequences later on as well.
This is exactly what
logins.
she says. The most alarmingly, the bill does
Where are
not
the
address the
logins?
potential harms of AI
We're
advancement
not
at
there,
all,
not fair.
including
Oh,
bias
where?
and deep fakes.
Oh,
It
here?
will harm
What is
the
this?
AI ecosystem because it will make it harder for
8355.
academic and open source models to
Local
continue.
host.
She says we have to. She
355.
says I'm not anti-AI.
What am I
This
hosting?
legislation is
Oh,
critical
nothing.
to the safe and effective advancement of AI, but she says we need a moonshot
Where
mentality to
did
spur
I
our
set
country's
up
AI
all
education,
this stuff
research,
I'm
and
looking at?
development, not something
Because
that's
now
going
I
to chill
don't know
the
where
AI
to go
ecosystem.
to make sure it's got it right.
Seems
Don't
sensible.
know.
She's certainly an expert in this.
Where is all the stuff
It's very
I'm
hard to know.
looking
That's
at
the
right
problem.
now?
With AI, you know, by the time we figure
Oh,
out
yeah.
where the threats are, it might be too late.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it develops so quickly. So
yeah. By the way, I apologize. RoboCop is not an AI; it's a cyborg. I'm told. I don't know what the difference
very
is.
important correction.
A cyborg is a human or robotics
She's half human, but
integrated.
what's the other half?
AI.
That part's robot, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No, but the intelligence.
Leo,
part
you're
is the
not
human
dumb.
Oh, okay. So he's human intelligence. Okay.
You aggravate me.
The other hard part is that
This is like
AI
watching Joe
experts,
Rogan
they
now.
all
Like,
disagree with each other.
I don't
They all
know
have
that I'm saying things that'll cause
So when you
some
think
kind of
about, like, the
confusion or
godfathers of the
problem, so I
godmother
just
of
don't
AI,
understand
the
how
people who
anything
were
works
there with the
anymore.
writing the machine learning papers in the 80s and all that. They now have very different opinions on how far away we are from creating AGI, how far we are away from when the machine is going to be as smart as humans and deduce as well as we. And
So
you know,
what?
all these
Okay, that's
genius computer
totally
scientists, some of them creating all these calculations like, oh, there's a 27% chance that in 5 years AGI will take.
Why
And
does it
so
say this right
it's
here?
really hard to
Huh?
parse out, like, you know, we
Huh?
have to trust these people because
I'm
they're
not
the most
back on
versed
it.
We
in
don't
AI,
know. Yeah.
but they also completely disagree with each other.
Do I need to make
and some of them say,
another?
like,
I thought I already did
actually,
this.
like, this is going to kill us once they figure out they
Pull
don't
this
need us
tab out
anymore.
of
They're
the
going to kill us all.
30 other
And then
ones.
others say like, no, actually, you're extrapolating wrong things, and we just need to. We can get ahead of it. So it's such a minefield, and it's really yeah.
I once asked Ray Kurzweil, who wrote "The Singularity Is Near," you know, whether we can trust that the AI will let us survive, and he says, "Oh yeah, because we're like their parents." So they're gonna honor and respect us. And they say, yeah, sure, just like we do our parents. Of course, that's sure, Ray. Whatever you say, Ray. Let's take a little break, final break, and then it's a silly season. We have silly stuff. By the way, I know Andrew's book is about crypto, but you wrote a cover story for Time on AI and big companies and the kind of the death race for AI. So this is also your beat, right?
I mean, yeah, like Abrara knows you have to be flexible when it comes in the field when you're reporting about technology. Yeah. there's all these crazy hype cycles, and there's so many promises made by venture capitalists and others, and it's our job to sort through, see which tech is cool, which tech is overhyped, and yeah.
I think it's hard. No, this is all I do in some ways. Is for the last 40 years is talk about technology and try to make sense of it and tell you which stuff matters and which stuff doesn't matter. It's not always easy, but I'm right about Vision Pro. That's never going anywhere.
I agree with that. I'll die on that hill with you.
I don't know. I mean,
Dude, I have a feeling that
Last week's show was in 3D for Vision Pro.
Thank God.
And I think we had nearly 1,000 people watch the show. So there's a future somehow, somewhere.
Yeah. Whether we like it or not, yeah.
Whether we like it or not. All right, let's take a little break, and then it's silly season. I got all the silly stories.
I got a feeling like
for the
tried
end of
to
the show.
change all the smaller streaming services to the like just chat / hangout
from ourstreet.org.
And I just
Senator
forgot.
Shoshana on the Twitter, on the X.
On
what do we say?
Twitch.
X, Twitter.
I'd have to assume because I swore I set all this up.
Now. I
just haven't looked at it again.
I'm like, all right, it's
I'm all in.
Are there like
because,
presets?
For years, I've said, "Oh yeah, I
It's
have
like
a
different
podcast
stream
network
keys.
called
I
Twit."
don't
And they
know.
say, "You mean Twitter?" And I have to say, "No."
This was a lot easier when
So I'm just really glad
they
it's X.
had
That's true.
Just stick with X, Elon.
Twitch Studio.
Please, I beg of you. Also here, Abrar Al-Hidi, the wonderful Abrar Al-Hidi from CNET.
So,
what do you have a beat? Like, is there stuff that you have to write about?
producer. What would even be
it's,
under?
it's broad but narrow enough. So I do write a lot about phones. I write about streaming, and I write about digital accessibility. Those are the big three for me. And then I have the flexibility to write about whatever I want. The other area that I'm really tapping into is autonomous cars and self-driving cars. So
Love that.
That's been really fun. I enjoy that a lot.
Yeah. I guess next week Google is going to tell us whether all the rumors about Pixel 9 are true.
Yeah, that's been the focus for the last week. I'm like, oh, there have been other things going on in the tech world. Let me read up on those. I'm gearing up for the Pixel event. Yeah.
We'll be covering it 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Jeff Jarvis and I will be covering. I think there's going to be more than just phones, though, right? They have new Nest thermostats. They have. I feel like they're gonna actually reveal some stuff, little AI stuff.
Well, yeah, the ads for the teasers for the Pixel 9 that we've seen so far focused on Gemini. So I think we're going to get a lot more AI. So surprise.
Surprise.
That's what they've been doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll cover it. You can watch the stream. I'll be here. Jeff Jarvis will be there. 10 a.m. Pacific, as I said, on Tuesday. Also here, Andrew Chow, the author of Cryptomania, Hype, Hope, and the Fall of FTX's billion-dollar fintech empire. He's a writer for Time magazine.
Wow.
Our show today brought to you by NetSuite. You know, it's simple math. It's arithmetic, really. The less your business spends on operations, multiple systems delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Seems simple, right? I wish I understood that better. In order to reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite from Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, all into one platform,
much louder.
which means one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud, so there's no hardware
You're supposed to control
required, and it
volume.
means you can access it wherever you are. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you got one unified business management suite. You improve efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. That's nice. Over 37,000 companies agree they've already made the move to
couldn't tell that I
NetSuite. Do the
dropped it.
math, the arithmetic. See how you'll
Damn
profit
transparent
with
background.
NetSuite. By popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. For a few more weeks, head to netsuite.com/twit. That's NETSUITE. There, I got it. NETSUITE.com/twit. netsuite.com/twit. Thank you, NetSuite, for supporting This Week in Tech. netsuite.com/twit. Make sure you use that address. That's how you support us. netsuite.com/twit. There is an X story. X is suing the advertisers. Yes, the very same advertisers Elon Musk said, go F yourself, just a few months ago. They did. They left. And now he says, wait a minute. This is kind of an interesting lawsuit. On the one hand, he's claiming collusion. There was an industry group called GARM, created by members of the World Federation of Advertisers in 2019 to set standards around brand safety for digital advertisers. GARM is the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. They're also now defunct. They dissolved themselves immediately after the lawsuit. I don't know if that's to avoid it. I don't know. I don't get it. Because Elon says on Tuesday filed an antitrust lawsuit saying against the advertising industry coalition called GARM and its members, including CVS, Mars, Orsted, and Unilever, saying the group abused its influence over marketers and ad agencies. They, in effect, colluded to create an ad boycott. Most lawyers who were asked about this, I think, said, huh? But maybe there is some merit to the case since GARM dissolved itself. Rumble, which is the right-wing YouTube competitor, joined X in its lawsuit on Tuesday. There's no question that advertisers have fled X.
I gotta fix holes outside now.
Acquisition, they made $4.5 billion in ad revenue. Since then,
my plans have been altered.
$2 billion. It's less than half that. Can you sue advertisers for abandon? I mean, if you can, I'd like to know. Asking for a friend. Can you sue advertisers for not advertising?
I just love
you
the
want to
idea.
weigh in on this one?
I love the idea
Red
of Elon
flakes
trying to bully
from these
advertisers.
headphones. The top part of it's kind of deteriorating. I may have to retire them or wrap them in something.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I don't think that's how it works. But one fun full circle thing here is that the identity and age verification provider for X. I don't know if it was used before Elon or not. I'm not 100%, but it was hacked and kind of like left on for a year and a half. I
want to see those holes out there.
I don't know how to pronounce its name because it has like symbols in it. But it started
it's
before
all
I worked.
X. It's all the same. Yeah.
It's used by.
I don't blame you if you leave. I need to go
too,
take
but
care of
they
some shit.
basically left their credentials open, and anyone could log in and get anyone's stuff anytime they wanted. And of course, by stuff I mean social security number and government ID. But it's funny because Elon was like, "Oh, this is great! Like, you can create an account and you can share ad revenue here with us, which is great. And of course there's less ad revenue, but also it's like all those people who did that might have gotten some money, like maybe even a couple $100, but they also now have identity theft and need credit monitoring software. It's kind of a fun circle here.
Yeah, this is the problem with any age verification system is now they're collecting a lot of information, and systems get breached all the time. It's a very difficult thing to protect it. I don't know if it's a silly season lawsuit or not. The only data point in X's favor is that GARM has now disbanded, which is kind of an interesting result. All right. I got an even sillier story. Scientists say Hellmann's mayonnaise could be the secret to fusion. You want to know more? I know you do. I know you're dying to know more.
I do.
How could that possibly be the case? Mechanical engineers. I'm going to show you the article because I don't think you believe me. Mechanical. By the way, they named it by brand. Fusion Hellmann's, only Hellmann's. Mechanical engineers at Pennsylvania's Lehigh University put out a press release saying Hellmann's real mayonnaise acts as a stand-in for plasma. That's the highly charged state of matter that occurs when electrons are shed during the collision of atoms. It's neither solid, liquid, nor gas, just like all mayonnaise. Arundam Banerjee, the mechanical engineer who led the experiment at Lehigh, and his team are experts in what's known as inertial confinement fusion, which attempts to heat small capsules filled with fuel, in this case not mayonnaise but hydrogen isotopes, to sun-like extreme temperatures, which then melt and become plasma. One needn't subject Hellmann's to sun-like temperatures or pressures to get it to melt and act like plasma. Instead, they built what they called the turbulent mixing laboratory, a contraction that whipped the condiment rapidly until it entered a plasma-like state. This is from Futurism. Don't blame me. They whipped the mayonnaise. No, don't. You can't use Miracle Whip for this. Nope, not Duke's. You got to use Hellmann's. This is the quote, as with traditional molten metal, if you put a stress on mayonnaise, it will start to deform, but if you remove the stress, it goes back to its original shape. It's a miracle. So there's an elastic phase followed by a stable plastic phase. The next phase is when it starts flowing, and that's where the instability kicks in.
I don't know. I don't remember the scene in Oppenheimer.
I don't think there's mayonnaise. Here is a video from YouTube of the turbulent mayonnaise mixing machine.
I just have to know how they landed on this,
Well, if you think about it, there aren't many everyday items in your kitchen that act like both a solid and a liquid.
True.
Except mayonnaise.
But why not pudding? Why not Jello? Like, why not? Why not?
That's
like
the question. Why
Astroglide?
not pudding?
There's so many. That's amazing. I wonder if they can use other stuff for it, or if they just landed here.
Right.
Maybe they were having lunch and I don't know. I don't. It's a bizarre.
I guess mayonnaise is always that condiment that you buy once and then it just sits in your fridge and it's expired and you're waiting to find a use for it. And they did
That might be it. They had some expired Hellmann's, and why by brand? I don't know. I don't know. But there was an actual press release with this information at phys.org. Researchers dig deeper into stability challenges of nuclear fusion with mayonnaise. So we've covered the waterfront on this show, and I am so glad we could debut in the attic with everything from Kosa to mayonnaise. Thank you, Shoshana Weissman, for putting up with me all these years. She's head of digital media at ourstreet.org. She lives in a pineapple under D.C. Senator Shoshana on the X, and of course, the chairman of the Sloth Committee. Thank you, Shoshana.
And you're the one putting up with me, let's be real.
Oh, no. Are you going to do more on COSA? Can we look to our street for more COSA stuff?
Yeah, it depends where it moves. There's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff all the time, and I'm in hiking season, so I'm outputting a little bit less. But I mean, lots of other partner groups are doing this too, and we're all just trying to like figure out what we can do here.
What can you do? Well, good luck on your 14?
Yeah, 14ers.
14ers.
Thank you.
Is there? I feel like there's danger involved in this.
Not usually. One of them there will be, so I want to do it because you also get a really cool picture on the ridge, and then I'll feel like a real hiker.
Wow. Jeez, where do you post these photos? Can we see it on X or Insta?
Yeah.
Or?
I sometimes post on Twitter, X, whatever, and then on Instagram at Shoshana Summits, where I only post regulatory stuff a little, and then usually it's just hiking.
Well, the name is a little deceptive. If you have regulatory stuff there, it should just be you climbing big hills.
Yeah. I mostly
Shoshana
that.
Summits. Okay, I have to now follow this.
Oh yay!
Yeah, to see your summits. Shoshana Summits.
It's a lot of goats, moose, marmots.
Well, they also summit, don't they? Goats love high places. Thank you, Shoshana. Thank you so much, Abrar Al-Hidi. Great to see you. Good luck with the new owners.
Thank you.
She works at CNET, where she reports on technology, and I guess you'll be pretty busy on Tuesday covering the new phones.
I will be. So gearing up for that, and then after that, Apple, and it's just it's busy season for mobile.
There's always more. Hey, people seem to like the new Nothing phone a lot. Are you a fan?
I haven't personally looked into it very much, but I've seen little bits and pieces online, and I want to look more.
A lot of people. I know Jason Howell is a big fan.
That's
he carries
one of the first people I thought of when you said that. Yeah.
Thank you, Abrar. Great to see you.
Thank you. Likewise. Thanks for having me.
Thanks also to Andrew R. Chow, the author of this fine book, Cryptomania. See, it's in 3D. Hype, Hope, and the Fall of FTX's billion-dollar fintech empire. It's a good read. And if you're curious what happens to that poor Nigerian, well, you're going to have to read the first chapter. Actually, the prologue's good, too. On November 15th, 2022, Sam Bankman-Fried was sitting alone in his $30 million, 12,000 square foot penthouse in the Bahamas when he received a message from someone he thought of as an old friend.
It's out on Amazon, Bookshop.
No.
The way I've been framing it is if you like the Elizabeth Holmes story.
I have to fill some holes outside, and I don't like it. My back is shot and my shoulders are on fire.
Yes.
It's 79 degrees, that's really not that bad, so I really got to get it over with before I die. Feels like 89. Just suck it.
I wish we could see. I can see you, and it looks beautiful, but we can't somehow put it up on the screen next time. You'll be able to see it. Thanks also
I feel about you, and I'm not afraid to say it.
McQuinn, who helped to design the new studio. Look at this. It's beautiful. Just gorgeous. They did a beautiful job. The Nixie clock, you should know, has been set to
my dog up for adoption.
Time. It is UTC. This clock in my upper right there is Pacific time. So this way, one of those will make sense to everybody. We do the show every Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. Pacific. That's 5
I don't think I can get a view of the
2100 UTC.
Front yard.
You can watch us live now on every possible platform. YouTube.com/twit/live, Twitch.tv.
Want to see something fun?
Facebook, X.com, Kick, LinkedIn of all places. And of course, if you're a Club Twit member in our Club Twit
Oh, wrong button.
Discord, I hope you will watch live.
Okay.
But of course, after the fact, you can download copies of the show from our website, twit.tv. There's a YouTube channel dedicated to the video.
Oh, I can't do it with this because I have to use the SSH key,
Best
and
subscribe in your
I'm
favorite
not gonna
podcast player.
go and
That way
find
you'll
it.
get it automatically as soon
But
as Benito,
I have it
takes out
saved here.
the bad
So.
stuff and puts back in the good stuff.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
And we will be back with more from the attic next Tuesday on Break Weekly. Security Now, Wednesday, Windows Weekly, this week in Google, and don't forget Friday, our very special Coffee Clatch with the Coffee Geek, part of what I hope will be many ad hoc kind of get-togethers up here in the attic. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Yes, after 20 years, we're still saying it. Another twit is in the can. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Doing the twit. All right. Doing the twit,
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-boom. I wanna. There ain't no grass there. I don't want to go out and deal with the yard. The yard's made for days when you don't want to do other things. Wow. Oh yeah, I'm curious about. Doesn't show anything under the active apps. That does not help. Huh. I don't want to mess with it. I'm gonna break that again. What? Oh. I think that's that one. Huh. Is that one even still up? 111. 3. Nope. Oh, no. Grazie. When were you last seen? Why won't you come up? I make a typo on the second last letter. It's been a while. Oh crap. The other camera is... Why can't I resize from that angle? Whatever happened to this?
Hashing of the same elements over and over and over again, which I believe were hashed by a computer rather than a person.
Okay, so it went on to after Twitch. Tonight on After Twitch. Or Twit. This week in tech. Tonight. After Twit. Do your kids get the best of you? Do you have kids? What are kids? Tune in at 7 to find out. Was that just... Oh shit. Oh shit. I was watching that. Yeah.
Hey, my bad, bro. Hard body, my bad, bro. I'm stopping. You are a stud, okay? Read his chat, what'd he say? Bro, you think men can be women and you're talking about operating on truth? That's why you're a tiny little shrimp boy. You make no sense. I recommend you stop wasting time on this elections. It's over, pal. Been over. No more fairy tale goofies like you living in dreamland. Go get your nails done and change your... Bro, you are exactly what I'm talking about. Literally look at me. You are typing in a Twitch chat. Look at me. Look. Okay? That's all I need to do. I don't even need to make an argument. Just look at me. Okay? Look at me. Leave the computer. Go and look in a mirror. Okay? Take a mental snapshot of what you are seeing in front of you, and then go back to the mirror and look at yourself, okay? You are calling me a soy boy, a shrimp boy. I don't know how to reason with a person that literally looks at a
I have
person like
no
myself and goes,
clear
"That's a shrimp boy."
views of
What
the
what
pups.
I'm doing that, you're still soft, I'm telling the truth. Exactly, that's the point, okay? That's the point. You are not responsive to what makes human beings like a living, breathing organism. Do you understand? You are not responsive to things that like an animal understands. Like an animal would see someone of my size in the wild and go, "Oh, that's a big thing. I will avoid it." You, on the other hand, are dumber than a feral animal, okay?
Is that just because
Call me
the
right
browser?
now, I'm twice your size. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, bud.
Firefox, come forth.
Maybe I'm AI. On my life. I don't think you understand something.
In .1.1.1.
Okay? Even if you were 600 pounds and like 12'8", okay? As in twice my size. That still would not change the reality that I am 6'4" and 230 pounds. Do you get what I'm saying? As in, still, you will not be able to convince.
Why can't I do a
in
pip-pip?
the real world that I am a tiny person. Do you get what I mean? Bro said he is 12'8", okay? That's the point. You're like 2 inches tall on my screen.
What
dude.
IP are you?
I saw this.
What is your IP?
I'm not lying, dude. Brother, you are typing anonymously in a Twitch chat, okay? Like, you are not going to be able to convince anybody, myself included, that you're a hard
229.
You are typing in a Twitch chat anonymously. None of us are hard. Drop that, okay? None of us are hard. You are typing anonymously in a Twitch chat. You are not a smart, okay? Well, you might have some IE, but beyond that, you know. You put one of the Monstars from Space Jam, dude, be careful. Yes. Yeah, it's Wemby. Not just Twitch chat, but he's hate watching someone he thinks is a soft boy. That's another thing. You are participating in hate watching, which is legitimately the most intellectually soft thing you can do. Nah, I want to see Haas switch gears with this dude is Yak. I don't think he knows how to operate guest star, and there is no way I'm calling him on Discord. Brock Lesnar sock account. Yeah, this is the chatter. I found dude's Instagram. He's not twice your size, twice body fat percentage, yes. No, you didn't. You did not find the dude's Instagram. Bro, come to Ohio, I dare you. All talk, I'll drop my addy wherever. I joined this talk show. I don't have Discord, I'm an adult, I have a phone. Oh no, dude. Ain't no way. Ain't no. No. Ain't no way. I take back what I said, big dog. Real recognize real. Okay? Real recognize real. You're brolic. I apologize. Okay? I apologize. We figured it out. My bad. Hey.
Oh, where'd that go?
Hey. My bad, bro.
Hard
body. My bad. My bad, bro. I'm stopping. You are a stud. Okay? Read his chat. What'd he say? That was 3 years ago. Either way, I still look more straight than you, dog. Hell yeah, when I'm in high school. Bro, you cannot. Bro, I want to thank you, okay? I want to thank you for quite literally proving my point, okay? I want to thank you for proving the
The whole chair needs to go.
when I said Republicans deny reality in front of them, and because they're so lost in the sauce,
Check this real quick. I don't want to go out and be oh shit.
would look at a situation like this and not be on your side, okay? Like you don't, dude, I'm just talking to that was 3 years ago. Either way, I still look more straight than you. Like, this is a tragic situation
Wow.
that is unfolding for you in front of 34,000 people. It's like you're inside of an arena. You're inside a Madison Square Garden with a Madison Square Garden full of people laughing at the argument that you have presented that is dispellable by just looking, okay? Like things that we can see with our eyes. You will not be able to talk your way out of this situation. This is the point I always make in terms of deniable reality versus undeniable reality, right? This is what I mean when I say some Republicans go past the point of believing in flat earth conspiracies and reach
Why is that an argument? Why is that a talking point?
This is awesome.
What is wrong with people?
Gay thinks this is hilarious. Dude, you think mask douche? What? Who are you arguing? What are you arguing against? What is going on?
I know.
Dog, pick a struggle, okay? Listen, I'm gonna write you a script, okay? You say, I think I'm gonna give you a year. You are going to blossom into a wonderful flower, okay? Number 1, hit the gym. Number 2, get a better haircut. Number 3, try to grow facial hair, okay? It might not work. If it doesn't work, I recommend minoxidil. I've seen that on TikTok. People put minoxidil on their beard to try to grow their beard, okay? You are going to inevitably figure out what works for your face and what works for your dome. I went through this period, okay? I went through this period. Full beard? Okay, great. Get new glasses. These do not help your face, okay? Try different ones. I don't know, maybe try spherical ones. It might be a little bit better, okay? You can go with like a Ted Nivison vibe if you get like the spherical spectacles, okay? Got new glass already? Great. Okay, what is it called? Spherical, like the circle ones? You have to start hitting the gym, okay? Get creatine. Stack that. It's wonderful, okay? Creatine has done wonders for me, okay? Creatine has done wonders for me. It will do wonders for you, okay? Track your calories. MyFitnessPal is a free application that has this user-generated library of so much data in terms of like what certain calories are, what certain foods are with certain calories. Dude, I can beat the out of you or outlift you. You're crazy. Okay, you can't, but that's fine. We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. Okay, hit the gym, track your calories. I can't tell if you need to lose a couple pounds. You probably need to put on some more muscle mass, and then you could most likely stand to go on a cut afterwards. Tell Chatter to stick to blues. Warm colors do not suit them. Yes, never wear this color ever again. Never. Okay, that shit's terrible. Okay, 100%. You can get a better Edgar cut? Probably not. I'm 25 now. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that, time has continued to move on and you have grown. I hope that you've grown out of some of these looks at a wedding. Doesn't matter if it's at a wedding. You should still not wear that color. Not a great color for you, okay? Why not change his outlook on life? This man needs help. I think that with the confidence that he gets from self-improvement, he will inevitably become wait, he said 3 years ago when he was in high school, were you held back? You're 25 now? You were in high school till you were 22? When he's done with Team Khabib, tell your boyfriend Putin he's got a fat between his legs. Y'all can both catch a rear whenever. Soft-ass Russian fruitcakes y'all eat for breakfast. Okay, you might not be salvageable. Never mind. I take back everything I said. Bro, come on. That's Khabib, bro. You think you can Khabib? Bro, it turns out we have our own Dagestani guy in Ohio, which is basically like Dagestan. I would drop the gay stuff as well, because to most people who are, you know, confident in their sexuality and adults, it comes across like you're panicking a little bit. Like you have a little bit of panic about your own personal sexuality and the way you present yourself. Most people that are comfortable with their sexuality wouldn't be like consistently talking about like men having sex with other men. I mean, I make some gay jokes from time to time as well, but you know, in good taste. This comes across a little too over the top. So if you want to maintain this like alpha dog lifestyle mentality, I wouldn't use you use too many. Like you use too many things. You said he's got a fat. He said y'all can catch a rear neck whenever, which, you know, fine. Soft ass Russian fruitcakes y'all eat for breakfast. Like you're really pushing it. You know what I mean? You've said too many different ways where it almost comes across like you're fantasizing. Like you're no longer in the I'm shocking Khabib Nurmagomedov territory. I'm now actually genuinely imagining these two hot muscular men just having straight up with one another. Like you've officially moved on to that. You know, it's too imaginative. Anyway, look. I'm not kidding when I say this. Like we've memed around a little bit. With this like weird step in this other direction. But I mean it when I say, like, you done getting off to this? Nah, it's called a joke. You don't know how to make those. You don't know what funny means. You don't know me, man. I'm pretty funny. I bet you are. I believe you. Okay? I believe you. I believe you're a funny dude. All I'm gonna say is, I think he's from Ohio. You're wasting your time. He was doomed since birth. He's from Ohio. I don't think so. I think everyone's salvageable. I think this person is perfectly fine. He's just a little insecure. It's all right, you know, but things are gonna get better. I suspect, considering you're like adding Khabib and stuff, you're probably into martial arts, a little bit of MMA training, probably not helping with your confidence too much. There might be some other stuff out there that might help you. But yeah, I think, you know, I think things are gonna inevitably get better. He talks about LeBron. Oh, hell no. Dude, I'm far from insecure. That's why I talk. I'm not scared of people that can't harm me. Oof. On Hood, they big tripping for that nonsense. I don't want to look at this dude anymore. I feel bad. Why are Coles going off sad right now? Cole Roberts making us look bad. Can you ask him what filled his heart with so much hate? I'm curious. It's not. Let's not dig deeper. It's fine. I thought maybe we could snap him out of this, but your Naperville meme is real. Yeah, Ohio burbs. Bro, you definitely you need to get a new haircut though, for real. That's the last thing I'm gonna say. Like, look, I'm gonna show you something. Chat, before we move on, let's show him some of my old photos, okay? Let's show him some of my old photos. Do you guys have it? Do you have it easily? I wanna show him like when I look like Steven Crowder. Haircut, bro, needs a chin. Okay, chill, dude, chill. Calm down, okay? I mean, here, look. Okay, listen. This is what I used to look like in 2013, okay? That's what I used to look like in 2013. Still haven't quite figured out the beard situation. You know what I mean? Like I was maybe shaving it a little too close. You feel me? Because I was also chubby, so I was like insecure about the way that about my chin. Insecure about the way that my chin looks. So I was, you know, no, this is not. Stop. Why are you bullying a random dude? I'm not bullying him. No, this isn't even the best one. There's one that's like way worse than this. Like, notice how I have no clue what to do with my hair here. It's basically just buzzed. No, that's not it either. Y'all are annoying. Not that one either. I'm talking about the one where I look like Steven Crowder. You know exactly what it is. Stop sending me your favorite idiotic photos, okay? And no, I'm not gonna click on a Facebook link. Please stop sending me a Facebook link. Please stop sending me the Facebook link. Oh my God, I'm Brian me. Thank you. This is the one I was looking for. Okay? Look at this, bro. Look at this. No swag. Have no idea what is working. Okay? I was so desperate. I mean, I was like 18 at this point, or not even 18. I think it was like 17. Literally trying to. There's another one. Exactly. Trying to make work. You know what I mean? Just had no clue what. I had no no clue what worked on my face, what worked with facial hair, what worked on the top of my dome, what the kids call looks maxing. Okay? Okay, that's when I was a baby. It's a little different. Point is, you can see the sadness in my eyes, okay? Point is, working on yourself, working on your body, working on your mind. These are good things, okay? It will make you a more confident person in general. If you set goals for yourself, long-term goals, okay? And mid-term goals to achieve those long-term goals, and short-term goals to achieve those mid-term goals. Slowly but surely, the more you tackle those goals one day at a time and build good habits, okay? Build good habits. I lost my V card at 13, dog. What?
Oh, God.
Never mind. You're a big dog. Keep it.
Yes. What that should be. My bad, this problem too. Wanna run around again? Guess we know when Frigga died. Where is the streamer?